Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me. Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims. And then, sir, the same schedule for mains, FRC 4 started at the same place. And again, I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, I'll do it. सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है. And fortunately, it worked again. Then I stayed there for interview also. And fortunately, I got the rank.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था कि जिससे 11th-12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then ever since December things changed and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
Subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you, sir. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है. मैं गाजीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ. मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ. मैंने MBBS और मास्टर्स कर रखी है. मैं गायनोकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ. ये मेरा सेकेंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है UPSC CSE 2025 में.
%65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026-27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.
Now, we will be discussing the CSAT or the GS2 paper, prelims paper, which happened yesterday from 2:30 to 4:30. Now, the paper was on a tougher side, especially because it had a changed pattern. There were few questions which had not been coming since many years. But the questions based on decision making and communication made a comeback to our paper. Though the questions were on the easier side, but still they were a shock. The questions from RC have considerably reduced. RC, which was always giving us 27 questions, the question numbers were more or less fixed, 1, 2, 3, 11, 12, 13. This also shifted. And the RC had only 23 questions. Apart from RC, Quant saw a total of 31 questions and logical reasoning, data interpretation, a total of 26 questions. So we can say that there was a change in pattern which took us by a surprise. It's not just the change in questions, but the difficulty level of the questions itself. There were fewer questions from number system. So when we say reading comprehension, though it had 23 questions, the questions were on tougher side as compared to the previous years. When we say quantitative aptitude, The quantitative aptitude section saw 31 questions, but the problem was these questions were tougher. They required more steps to solve, and number system had slightly lower questions, lesser number of questions. So again, that was a surprise. CSAT was tougher also because a lot of us bank on logical reasoning, and we say that logical reasoning will help us a lot. But logical reasoning questions were also less. Series question, although it was there, it came as a word problem with Fibonacci series. So we'll be discussing all of these, and we'll see that what our answers should have been and the approach to solving these questions. Now, starting with question 1. So first, we will, when we start our discussion, we will first discuss reading comprehension, then quantitative aptitude, and in the end, we will discuss reasoning. So I have put together all comprehension questions first. Now, the first reading comprehension question from set D. So the first passage was, this was question number 6, 7, and 8. The passage was based on COVID, and we'll quickly read the passage together and then take a look at the 3 questions. So the passage says, when SARS-CoV-2 was first detected in 2019, it was truly a novel virus for the world. At that time, no one in the world had been exposed to SARS-CoV-2 or had specific immunity against it. So why it was a novel virus? No one had been exposed or had immunity. In contrast, people across the world have been exposed to HMPV for decades, and the virus is well studied. HMPV and SARS-CoV-2 belonged to 2 very different virus families with fundamentally different characteristics and epidemiology, with strong seasonality seen in HMPV unlike COVID. Both viruses cause different severity of symptoms, particularly over the long term, and the affected population segments do not fully overlap. In general, HMPV causes milder illness, with deaths being very rare and with no long-term post-viral symptoms. So the passage is a comparison. It starts with COVID-2, SARS-CoV-2, CoV-2 virus. It compares HMPV, and it establishes how HMPV is different from the virus that was discovered or detected in 2019. Now, the first question, question 6. Which of the following conclusions is or are valid? Though SARS-CoV-2 and HMPV are similar viruses, they are similar viruses with somewhat different epidemiology. The former became a pandemic because it was novel and people had not been exposed to in the past. Now, the problem is that the passage throughout says that the viruses were different. They were not similar. And now, since they were different, it is contradictory to the passage. This is contradictory to the passage, hence not the answer we are looking for. So first statement is wrong. The 2 viruses have fundamentally different impacts on human populations and should not therefore be dealt with in a similar manner. Absolutely, this is the conclusion we can draw from the passage, which is based on the differences and how they have to be dealt in a different manner. They cannot be dealt with in a similar manner. So the right answer to question 6 is B. We also have question 7. Which of the following reflects the intent of the writer? Now the question is the intent of the writer. The first statement is to evolve methodologies for objective analysis of the 2 viruses. The passage does not discuss methodology at all. It says that they have to be dealt differently, and it stops there. So this is not the intent of the author, of the writer. So first is not to establish the epidemiological similarities and differences. No, it is not establishing any similarity. In fact, it is establishing a difference. But let's say that you still feel that maybe second is right and you want to hold on to it, that maybe it's not talking about similarity, I still want to hold on to it. Let's look at statement 3. To offer a better understanding of the remedies of HMPV. This has not been discussed in the passage. It is beyond. It is not in the passage. So, third is also not there. Now, if you look at the options, 1 and 3 are not there. There is no 2 only, and the right answer is D. So, 2 was also wrong because the word similarities is not there. In an event of confusion where we feel, should I be marking 2 or not, the answer, the options itself say the only possible option is D. If you successfully eliminate the first and the third. So, the only possible option would be D, none of the above. Now, third question, or question number 8, reading comprehension. Which of the following statements reflects the logical and rational inference that can be drawn from the passage? So, we have to tell the most logical and rational inference that can be drawn from the passage. Now, the inferences are, first, there are 4 statements. HMPV has historically had longer documentation of studies when compared with SARS-CoV-2. Yes, it has longer documentation. This has been said very clearly in the passage where it says it is well studied. It has been studied for decades. So, it has been well studied for decades, and therefore, first is an inference that we can draw. Second, the 2 viruses are different from each other, correct? The passage says that. And this results in markedly different outcomes amongst those affected, correct? Again, this was the crux of the passage that we had read and we discussed. Third, long-term impacts of the 2 viruses are dissimilar, and this is an important differentiator between them. Yes, the passage talks about different no long-term post-viral symptoms. HMPV causes milder illness. So it does say that the long-term impact is different. And this is a major point of difference between them. So third, long-term impacts of the 2 viruses are dissimilar, and this is an important differentiator, correct. Fourth possible inference. One of the common factors between the 2 viruses is seasonal specificity. Now, if we go back to the passage and look for this specific word, seasonal specificity, we see that it has been written over here, where the statement is, HMPV and SARS belong to 2 very different virus families with fundamental different characteristics, with strong seasonality sees in HMPV unlike SARS-CoV. So it means that their seasonality is different, it is not same. Now again, going back to the inference, one of the common factors between the 2 viruses is seasonal specificity, whereas this is not the case. It is different, and therefore, 4th statement or the given is incorrect, and the right answer becomes B, 1, 2, and 3. I hope you see that in passages it helped us to read the passage first and then establish their summary in our mind. Just a rough mind map of what the passage was saying to understand how to solve them. Now, next is a passage on AI, artificial intelligence for agriculture, AI in agriculture. And this has 2 questions attached with it. So first we are reading the passage. India is starting to deploy AI for critical use. We are starting to deploy AI for critical use cases such as weather forecasting, pest detection and control, crop yield optimization. However, penetration is limited to a small subset of tech-savvy farmers. On the other hand, so it gives us an example. In US and in Europe, generative AI tools have started offering precision farming at scale. So we are using generative AI tools in US and Europe, have started offering precision farming at scale integrating large data sets to provide real-time agronomic insights. So it's integrating some data sets to provide real-time agronomic insights. For at-scale integration, and so now it tells us hopefully what we have to do for at-scale integration and accessibility of AI tools in India. So now it means that what we need to do. This is a comparison between India and US, Europe. So we say that for at-scale integration and accessibility of AI tools in India, it would be helpful to develop Indian language-based AI tools. So first suggestion for smallholder farmers, partner with Agri-techs, AgTechs to create affordable AI solutions and disseminate AI-based advisory services through government programs. So we see that there were 3 suggestions given. Now take a look at the question. Which of the following assumptions is or are valid? First, agricultural productivity has marched ahead in the West because of the economies of scale facilitated by the adoption of AI tools. Now, the passage does say that in the West, which is in US and Europe, AI tools have started offering precision farming. It does tell us that it is offering precision farming, integrating large data sets, but the passage is nonetheless quiet on agricultural productivity. So now this is a statement or an assumption which is beyond the passage and nothing on these lines has been commented on. Agricultural productivity has marched ahead in the West because of AI, because of economies of scale facilitated by adoption of AI tools is something which is missing in the passage. It just says that US and Europe are doing it, how India can do it better. Second, so first statement is not a valid assumption. Second says affordable AI tools rendered available in local languages can help. So affordable AI tools rendered available in local languages can help AI-based solutions reach more and more small farmers. Absolutely correct. Last statement, it would be helpful to develop Indian language-based AI tools for smallholder farmers. So absolutely. And what will this do? This will help AI-based solutions reach more and more small farmers. So second statement is correct. Now third, though penetration is as yet low, so second statement correct. Now third, though penetration is as yet low, yes, it is low. Critical application areas deploying AI tools are already in use in India. Critical application tools deploying AI tools are already used in India. Yes, this is correct. It has been stated in the very first statement. Now the problem is that usually for assumptions we say that anything which has been explicitly written in the passage, it cannot be an assumption. Now this passage is explicitly saying in the very first line, India is starting to deploy AI for critical use cases such as this and this. However, penetration is limited to a small subset of tech-savvy farmers. So statement 3 has been explicitly written. Now if 1 is definitely wrong, the minute we eliminate 1, we can say that the answer is not A, it is not C. Now between B and D, there is going to be a little doubt here because second, affordable AI tools rendered available in local languages is also what has been explicitly written. When we accept 2, we also start accepting third. And when we accept third, the answer becomes D, 2 and 3 only. So the answer is D, 2 and 3 only. Second question from the same passage. Which of the following statements is or are not correct? The question says, which of the following is or are not correct? Now the statements which read are, tech-savvy farmers will drive the agri-tech companies of the future. Tech-savvy farmers will drive the ag-tech companies of the future. Tech-savvy farmers and ag-tech are mentioned, but they are not mentioned together. And the passage says that tech-savvy farmers, the penetration is limited to tech-savvy farmers. It says that here. But it does not say that tech-savvy farmers will drive the tech companies of the future. So first statement is wrong. Second, so if you look at options, first is definitely a part of our answer. So it has third is definitely correct because it is either 1 and 3 or 1, 3 and 4. Even if you did not read 2, we would be able to manage. 3 is definitely right, definitely wrong. It is 4 which will determine our answer. The integration of large data sets for use in real-time agronomic analysis is already a reality. The integration of large data sets for use in real-time agronomic analysis is already a reality is correct because the passage says this is already happening in Europe and USA. In US and Europe, generally have started this integrating large data sets to provide real-time agronomic insights. The statement, the fourth statement does not say that it is being done in India. It just says that it is possible. And yes, it has already been done in US and Europe. So fourth statement is right. Fourth statement will not be a part of our answer. So the answer will be A, 1 and 3. However, we will still read statement 2 and 3 once and see where are they wrong. Where is, what is right or wrong in each of them. Statement 2, the development of advisory services by the government programs for the use of AI tools in agriculture would be helpful. This is correct. It is based on the very last line, dissemination of AI-based advisory services through government programs. So statement 2 is absolutely correct. And statement 3, in US and Europe, AI tools have replaced traditional agricultural practices. The passage does not say that. AI tools supports. The passage says, generative AI tools have started offering precision farming at scale, but this does not mean that it has replaced. This is a very extreme statement, we should say, that it has replaced traditional agricultural practices, and this extreme statement, third, is wrong. So it is only statement number 1 which is wrong, 2 was right, third is wrong, fourth is right, and our answer is 1 and 3 only because the question said which of the following is or are not correct. Now we read the next passage which is on juvenile justice. The passage reads, the Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act, or the JJ Act 2015, allows for the possibility for trying adolescents above 16 as adults. For the possibility for trying adolescents above 16 as adults, if they are accused of committing a heinous offense, adolescents above 16 as adults, if they are accused of committing a heinous offense. A heinous offense is one with a minimum, so it defines what is a heinous offense. It is one with a minimum punishment of 7 years. Offenses such as culpable homicide and causing death by negligence, which are common, they are common in drunken driving cases, are not heinous. They are not heinous because they do not have a prescribed minimum punishment. The JJ Act amended in 2021, so it was amended in 2021, now categorizes an offense that has no minimum sentence, but has a maximum sentence of 7 years or more. So it has no minimum sentence, but a maximum sentence of 7 years or more as a serious offense, which nonetheless, in the opinion of activists, does not merit the transfer of a case to the adult criminal justice system. So a rough summary, Juvenile Justice Act 2015, a heinous offense was only if it had a minimum punishment of 7 years, amended in 2021. Maximum punishment of 7 years, no minimum punishment, it is still a heinous offense. What changes? This means even simple cases such as culpable homicide, death by negligence also become heinous crimes, and instead of a juvenile court, they can be tried in an adult court. They would be transferred to the adult court, against which activists activists say, which is not right. Now we read the question. The first is, which of the following conclusions is or are valid? Only a serious offense as categorized by the revised JJ Act, which is 2021, utilizes the transfer of a case to the adult judicial system. Now, this is incorrect. Only a serious offense as categorized by JJ Act justifies the transfer. Now, the problem is that it does not justify the transfer, because this is what the passage is highlighting, that there are activists against it. So, first statement is not a conclusion that we can draw, because the passage itself in the end highlights that the activists say it does not merit the transfer. Second statement, the JJ Act 2021, the amended act, categorizes an offense as a serious offense based on the maximum sentence it carries rather than on the minimum sentence. Absolutely, this is exactly what the passage says, explicitly written, and hence 19th, the right answer is B, 2 only. Now when we look at the next question, question 20, which of the following statements is or are correct? If an offense has no minimum prescribed punishment, it cannot be considered heinous as per JJ Act 2015. Absolutely correct. It says in the passage, and this is the problem, this is the shortcoming which had been fixed or amended in 2021 amendment. As per the JJ Act 2021, an offense for which there is a provision for a maximum sentence of 7 years or more, but no minimum sentence, is to be considered as serious offense. Absolutely correct. This is also exactly similar as this statement in the previous question, the second statement, and the answer becomes C, both 1 and 2, because both statements are correct. So the right answer is C, 1 and 2. We come to the next question. The next talks about clean fuel. The next passage, it has 2 items with it. Read the following passage and answer the items that follow. Your answers should be based solely on the passage. The passage says, the key source of the battle for clear skies, the key source of the battle for clear skies and clear lungs is the fuel we burn. It's the fuel we burn. This is the key source, the fuel we burn. From household chulhas to thermal power plants. In most cases, it is biomass or coal. This is what is being burnt. The Supreme Court banned the use of pet coke, the dirtiest of such fuels. And the Delhi government banned the use of coal, which was later extended to the entire National Capital Region or Delhi NCR. It was also agreed that the thermal power plants would clean up or shut down. Thermal power plants would clean up, so they are either supposed to clean up or shut down. Action on this has been patchy, to say the least. The lesson from the transition to CNG. So from transition to CNG is that people need alternatives. If people have alternatives for a ban to be effective. When diesel buses were stopped, CNG supply had to be assured. So people had an effective alternative, due to which it was made successful. It also has to be feasible. So there are 2 things. First is we need alternatives, and it has to be feasible in terms of cost. The Supreme Court agreed that fiscal measures were needed to keep clean fuel cheaper than dirtier fuel. It has to be more affordable, otherwise the people will not shift. Now, even as coal is banned, the price of natural gas makes industry uncompetitive. Now, even as coal is banned, the price of natural gas makes industry uncompetitive. Which of the following inferences is or are correct? The source of the energy we consume, is the key to the battle for cleaner air. Absolutely. The first line itself brings the key source of battle for clean skies is the fuel we burn. So first inference, the source of energy we consume is the key to battle for cleaner air is correct. Second passage, bans are effective where the will is strong and the people are convinced that such bans are for the greater good of society. Now, the passage does talk about bans being effective, but it gave 2 points. First, the availability of an alternative, and second, being feasible. The cleaner fuel being cheaper. It does not say that people are convinced, etc., etc. Very subjective. Second statement is wrong. Very subjective. Third, there is judicial approval for a policy that intervenes fiscally to facilitate benevolent pricing for cleaner fuel. Third is also right because the passage says even the Supreme Court agreed that fiscal measures were needed to keep clean fuel cheaper than dirty fuel. So third statement, judicial approval in the form of Supreme Court agreeing. So third statement is also right. That intervenes fiscally to facilitate benevolent pricing for cleaner fuel. Answer becomes C, 1 and 3. C, 1 and 3. Next question, question 27. Which of the following statements is or are correct? First, thermal power stations in Delhi were required to summarily shut down. So this is first, there are two problems with this. First, prima facie, it looks like an extreme statement. So prima facie, when you read it, you see that, thermal power stations were required to summarily shut down. Whereas also the second problem is the passage says that the thermal power plants would clean up or shut down. They were given an option to either clean up or shut down. So second statement is definitely, the first statement, thermal power stations were required to shut down. No, they were required to clean up or shut down. So first statement is wrong because it also has an element of clean up or shut down. Second statement, CNG supplies had to be assured once diesel vehicles were prohibited from plying. Absolutely, this is what made CNG from diesel to CNG transition a good case study, which was that CNG supplies had to be assured once diesel vehicles were prohibited from plying. So second statement is right. Third, the Supreme Court banned the use of coal across NCR. No, it was the Delhi government. Supreme Court had banned the use of pet coke. Supreme Court banned the use of pet coke and Delhi government banned the use of coal. So Supreme Court banned the use of coal is wrong. The only statement which is correct is statement 2 and the answer is C, 2 only. Answer becomes, C, 2 only. With this, we discuss the next passage, which is again based on artificial intelligence. So now we read the next passage, which is again based on artificial intelligence. This says, previous waves of customer service technology, including email and those, so there were some previous waves of customer service technology, such as email, voice menus. It stoked concerns of job losses, only for them to fail to materialize. AI could yet prove different. And if it does, its effects may be salutary. Human agents could be, so AI is different. If anything, it could be salutary. Human agents could be freed up to spend more time on creative and rewarding tasks, like using feedback to make products and services better and thereby spend less time listening to irate customers, angry customers. Less time listening to angry customers. Now, the question 32 and 33. First, we discuss question 32. Question 32 says, which among the following statements most appropriately reflects the point of view of the given passage? If AI were to take our customer service, there would be no work left for human subjects to do. No, the passage says that we would have better work to do. When it says that to make products and spend more time on creative and rewarding tasks. So it's not that we will not have work, we will have better work to do. So therefore, first statement absolutely wrong. If AI were to take over customer service, there would be no work left for human subjects to do. Second, irritating voice menus and email could not achieve human redundancy to the extent that AI might. irritating voice menus, and email could not achieve human redundancy to the extent that AI might. Now, the passage says that AI could be different from past tech waves, and it does not say that is it going to be, it could not achieve human redundancy to the extent that AI might. That comparison is not there in the passage. So this is beyond the passage. This differentiation has not been made. It says that it will be different, where we will have more time for creative and rewarding work. Third, the value of human intervention in the workplace affected by AI might be enhanced through redirection towards more fulfilling tasks. Absolutely. C, yes. But just to be sure, we'll also read statement D. Unlike previous waves in customer service technology, AI has raised the alarm of worker replacement. This is wrong because all the previous mails, email, voice menu, there were alarms which were unfounded, as said in the passage. It stoked concerns of job losses only for them to fail to materialize. So, third statement, D statement is wrong, and the right answer becomes C. The value of human intervention in the workplace affected by AI might be enhanced through redirection towards more fulfilling tasks. So the right answer is C. Question 33. Now this question says, which of the following conclusions made on the basis of given passage is or are correct? Conclusions. First, the advent of new customer service technology had invariably sparked fears about job losses. This seems previous waves of customer service technology ... stoked concerns of job losses only for them to fail to materialize. So it said that it stoked concerns of job losses only for them to fail to materialize. So first statement seems correct. First. Second statement says, often it is found that instead of job losses, creative channels for employee engagement. It is found that instead of job losses, creative channels for employee engagement are discovered, while certain tasks are replaced by technology. Absolutely, because certain tasks are replaced, whereas we have, instead of job loss, we are going to do better. Alternative channels for employee engagement are discovered. So second statement is correct. And third, the advent of technology inevitably leads to stressful outcomes. The advent of technology inevitably leads to stressful outcomes is definitely wrong, because the outcomes are not stressful when you do more rewarding work. It is not an eventual final outcome. So third statement is wrong. The answer becomes 1 and 2 only. There will be a slight clash between choosing either 2 only or 1 and 2 only. Between these two, B and D, both seem to be right, but we would go with D, 1 and 2. 33rd answer is D. We read the next passage. Next passage for question 34 and 35. This is a fictional passage given to us. The passage says, cattle from the nearby villages came to the common ground to graze. So they come from nearby villages to the common ground to graze, and there was still a cool freshness. So there is still a cool freshness in the air. Hori took several deep breaths and thought of sitting down for a while, since he'd be dying of heat in the scorching low wind the rest of the day. So it is still probably early morning. Low are dry warm winds. A number of farmers were eager to lease this bit of land and had offered a good price. But Rai Sahib, God bless him, had plainly told him it was reserved for grazing and would not be relinquished. It was reserved for grazing and would not be relinquished for any price. If he'd been one of those selfish zamindars, he'd have said the cattle could go to hell. He'd have said the cattle could go to hell. And that there was no reason for him to miss the chance to make a little money. But the Rai Sahib still held to the old values, feeling that any landlord who did not look after his tenants' old values was less than human. So the passage talks about cattle grazing from nearby villages on a piece of land, which Rai Sahib, he was eager to lease this bit of land and had offered a good price. If he'd been one of those selfish zamindars, he'd have said the cattle could go to hell. There was no reason for him to miss the chance to make a little money. Now the question. The question says, which of the following conclusions is or are correct? Which of the following conclusions is or are correct? So the first conclusion is, okay, so let's start with question 34, restart with question 34. The question 34 is, which of the following conclusions is or are correct? All landlords essentially have same goodness trapped within them. No, it is an extreme statement. It's a very universal extreme statement. The passage says that only Rai Sahib, the Zamindar Rai Sahib, has this, any of those selfish Zamindars. So the passage says that the other Zamindars do not have this. So the answer is that all landlords especially have some goodness trapped within them. No, this is wrong. It's contradictory to the passage because the passage talks about selfish zamindars. Selfish zamindars. The common grazing grounds of a village are intended for use of cattle by that village? No, of nearby villages. Cattle from nearby villages in the first statement itself of the passage were coming. Cattle from the nearby villages came. So not that village, but the nearby villages also, hence statement 2 is wrong. When 1 and 2 are wrong, A and B are definitely not our answer. Now we look at third. Landlords who believe in tradition tend to be more concerned about their tenants. Yes, this is where the passage talks about old values. This is where the passage talks about old values, and therefore this is correct. Now, tradition has spoken in the context of old values. So we can see that statement 3 will be right. Statement 4, winds later in the day tend to be cooler post the hot winds of the morning. So this is also contradicting the passage because we have cooler winds in the morning which lead to the rest of the day being hot under the influence of loo. So fourth statement is also wrong. The only answer is C, 3 only, which is right. 2 was also incorrect of that village. So the right answer is C, 3 only. Next, question 35. Which of the following statements are not correct? The question says they are not correct. First, the land holdings of Rai Sahib were currently not being used for farming. They were currently not being used for farming. Okay, let's hold on to this. The land holdings of Rai Sahib were not being used. Now, when we say land holding, it is a very global, all land holdings. But the passage says only this land. Only this land. So, first is wrong. Second, temperamentally, Rai Sahib was as greedy as other landlords. temperamentally Rai Sahib was as greedy as the other landlords is absolutely incorrect. This is wrong. Because he was not as selfish as other landlords. The passage says, if he had been one of those selfish zamindars, he would have said the cattle go to hell. So this is contradicting his nature. So it contradicts his nature. Contradicts his nature. So this statement is also wrong. Third, it cannot be ascertained that Rai Sahib could have made more money by leasing out the grazing land. Third is also wrong because the passage clearly says that he had more money. कोई बात नहीं. That he had more money. So third statement is also wrong. Fourth, it may be asserted that Rai Sahib valued his tenants and wanted to protect their livelihood. No, he valued cattle. He was not valuing tenants, he was valuing the cattle, and therefore, fourth statement, sorry. And I've just mixed up. So first statement is wrong. The land holdings of Rai Sahib were currently not being used for farming. No, the passage says this land. Second statement is wrong. Temperamentally, Rai Sahib was as greedy as other landlords. Third, it cannot be ascertained that Rai Sahib could have made some money by leasing out the grazing land. Absolutely wrong. So first, second, and third are wrong. Now, when we look at options, we see D, first, second, and third. We don't see an option 4. But nonetheless, we do not see an option 1, 2, 3, and 4. When we read statement 4, it may be asserted that Rai Sahib valued his tenants and wanted to protect their livelihood. It does not say anything on these lines. So, is it right? Is it wrong? The passage, what the passage is talking about the tenants is, Rai Sahib still held to the old values, feeling that any landlord who did not look after his tenants was less than human. So he wanted to look after his tenant. So fourth statement is correct. He wanted. He was old values which made him look after his tenant. So the answer is 1, 2, and 3. D, 1, 2, and 3 is the right answer. We read the next passage. The next passage talks, again, it's a narrative. Was it the sun-dappled ambience, the strawberries and cream? Was it the sun-dappled ambience, the strawberries and cream, the frustration of Flavio Cobol's unforeseen errors against the Serbian Novak Djokovic on center court, or simply the crushing weight of being a 64-year-old man in the third act of a very public life? Whatever the reason, Hugh Grant, the actor, deserves empathy. So there were many reasons. The reasons have been listed. Whatever be the reason, he deserves empathy. There he was in the royal box at Wimbledon, flanked by Britain's well-dressed and well-rested spectators, watching the men's single quarterfinals, when the actor did something quietly radical, held head at a tilt, eyes closed, utterly unbothered, he took a nap. So praise be to Grant for serving up an unexpected ace. In that small, delicious moment, he didn't merely catch 40 winks. He made an elegant case for surrender. Not to laziness, but to limits. So surrender not to laziness, but to he took a nap, not because he was lazy, but because he had reached his limit. Then it says, to the body's quiet wisdom over society. So what did he surrender to? To his body. He listened to his body's quiet wisdom over society's relentless performance metrics. Wimbledon had its tennis, the perpetually sleep-deprived discovered a leading man, not of action, but of rest. So we see that the passage talks about Hugh Grant taking a nap during the Wimbledon match, quarterfinals. And this was not because he was lazy, but because he was tired, he's old, and he listened to his body instead of the society. Now the question 41. Which of the following statements is or are correct? Now the statements are, first, radical action can also be attributed to mild surrender where one acts against societal expectations. Absolutely correct. The passage says that he took that radical head tilt. It was this small, quietly radical. It was very small, you know, and it was against the societal expectations, and he does that, and the first statement becomes right. Second, submitting to one's limitations gives the effect of age and other factors. Submitting to one's limitations given the effect of age and other factors ought not to be conflated with laziness. Absolutely. It was laziness, it was not laziness, but its limits. The passage says, not laziness. Over here, it says not laziness, but to limits. He surrenders not to laziness, but to limits. But to limits. Leading man usually refers to one who plays the lead role in a movie. In this instance, the implication is that Hugh Grant is performing the role of not an action hero, but that of a resting one. Absolutely. So third is slightly debatable because there is a lot of wordplay around the word action. He's a hero. And the statement which reads as, he made an elegant case for surrender, not to laziness, but to limits, to the body's quiet wisdom over society's relentless performance metrics. The perpetually sleep-deprived discovered a leading man, not of action, but of rest. So now this is slightly debatable around the wordplay associated with action, but nonetheless, we will say third is correct, and the right answer becomes C, 1, 2, and 3. C, 1, 2, and 3. Now, 42nd. Which of the following statements is or are correct? Hugh Grant was watching from the royal box the men's semi-final match on center court between Flavio Cobolli and Novak Djokovic. He was not watching the semi-final, he was watching the quarter-final. The match he was watching was the quarter-final. It is a quarter-final, not semi-final. Written over here, men's singles quarter-finals. So he was watching quarter-finals. Next, so first statement is wrong. Second, the minute you eliminate first, A has gone. Now let's look at second and third. The phrase unexpected ace in the context uses a term from the game of tennis. Yes, to highlight Hugh Grant's somewhat uncharacteristic act of catching 40 wings. You know, when you say somewhat uncharacteristic act of catching 40 wings, in the passage, the term unexpected ace has a very positive connotation. It has been used positively. But this statement uses it in an opposite sense, which is negative. So second becomes wrong. Third, Grant subjects the demand of society to the wisdom of his body. So the minute second goes wrong, third is right. Anyways, the third statement says, Grant subjects the demands of society to the wisdom of his body. Yes. So for him, his body wisdom was more than the society, the demands that society was laying on him. So third statement is correct, and the answer becomes B, 3 only. 42nd answer is B, 3 only. We have discussed our reading comprehension until question 42. Now we discuss the next passage. The next passage is based on labor productivity and an economic model, convergence theory. The process by which countries close their labor productivity gap, close their labor productivity gap with the technology leader is based on convergence theory. This is what the passage is going to be about. The convergence model divides economic eras into 3 phases. It divides into 3 phases: the breakaway, first breakaway, second catch up, and the third, the fine-tuning phase. It also divides economic entities into two categories, the technology leaders and the technology followers. The process begins with the development of a new technology, such as scavenging 3 million years ago, then hunting 1 million years ago, so there was scavenging. This led to hunting 1 million years ago, farming 12,000 years ago, and industrial technology. And industrial technology a little more than 200 years ago. During the breakaway phase, so now it's talking about breakaway phase, what happens here. During the breakaway phase, the per capita income of the technology leaders, that is Western Europe and North America in the industrial era, rises. So first the technology leaders, they rise, but is unchanged for the technology followers. Then it talks about the catch-up phase, the second, the catch-up. In the catch-up phase, the followers adopt the new technology. The followers are adopting and close their per capita income gap with the technology leaders. So they are catching up. And in the fine-tuning phase, the third, the fine-tuning phase, where participants try to extract the remaining benefits from an increasingly exhausted technology, leaders and followers have similar per capita incomes. So they have caught up, and now it is being fine-tuned, whatever is residual, that is being worked on. Now this is the passage. So the question, there are two questions, 43 and 44. Question 43, which of the following conclusions are correct? In the breakaway phase, economic progress is slow for the technology followers. It is slow for the technology followers is not what the passage says. When we look at the breakaway phase, it says it is unchanged. The word is unchanged for the technology followers. It does not say it is slow. So first statement is going to be wrong. The minute you eliminate the first statement, we are left with either 3 and 4 or D, 2, 3 and 4. Now this means, so we are back after resolving a glitch. There was technical problems at our end, due to which we had to take a longer break than was expected. I still hope that I have you along with me to solve these questions. And we'll solve them quickly and continuously now. So now we have passage with question number 43 and 44. We've already done the previous passage, which was question up till question 42. We were solving the reading comprehensions first, followed by quantitative aptitude, followed by logical reasoning. Now, this passage talks about the process by which countries close their labor productivity gap with the technology is based on convergence theory. So we are closing the labor productivity gap with the technology leader. The convergence model divides economic eras into 3 phases. So it divides economic eras into 3 phases: the breakaway, catch-up, and the fine-tuning phase. It also divides economic entities into 2 phases. These are the technology leaders and the technology followers. The process begins with the development of a new technology, such as scavenging. So we have the first technology, which is, I'm just writing the initials, scavenging, which is 3 million years ago, followed by hunting 1 million years ago, and farming 12,000 years ago, and industrial technology. So we have scavenging, hunting, farming, and industrial technology a little more than 200 years ago. During the breakaway phase, so now we also have names of these phases. We'll discuss each of them individually. The breakaway phase, the catch-up phase, and the fine-tuning phase. Now, the passage says, during the breakaway phase, the per capita income of the technology leaders, example, rises but is unchanged for the technology followers. In the catch-up phase, they start catching up. The followers adopt the new technology and close their per capita income gap with the technology leaders, and then fine-tuning phase where participants extract the remaining benefits from an increasingly exhausted technology. Leaders and followers have similar per capita income. Now the question 43. Question 43 says, which of the following conclusions are correct? We have to tell which of the following conclusions are correct. First, in the breakaway phase, economic progress is slow for the technology followers. This is wrong because the passage says that they are stagnant. In the breakaway phase, it is unchanged for the technology followers. So the passage does not say it is slow. The passage says it is unchanged. It is unchanged. Second, in the catch-up phase, leaders stagnate. Now it's talking about the catch-up phase, and it says leaders stagnate and followers therefore close the gap between them and the leaders. Now this statement is also wrong. It does not say that the leaders stagnate. What the passage says in the catch-up phase is the followers adopt the new technology and close the gap. The leaders have stagnated or not is silent in the passage. So second statement is also wrong because it does not say that the leaders stagnate. Third, in the fine-tuning technology, in the fine-tuning stage, so once you have first and second wrong, we can see that C, B and D are not our answers. The only answer can be A, 3 and 4, which is the right answer. But we still read statement 3. In the fine-tuning, technology is exhausted, yes, as it were, phase, and both leaders and followers attempt to extract leftover benefits, the residual benefits, leading to more or less similar capita per income level. Absolutely correct. The fine-tuning phase where participants try to extract the remaining benefits from an increasingly exhausted technology with similar per capita income. So third is right. Fourth, in the fourth, the statement says industrial technology followed. So there was first scavenging. It followed scavenging, which preceded hunting. It was followed by hunting, which itself was followed by farming. And this is exactly how the industrial technology has developed. Scavenging, hunting and farming, scavenging, hunting and farming. Fourth statement was also right. Answer is 3 and 4 only. We also do question 44 associated with the same passage. Question 44 says, which of the following statements is or are correct? This year, this has been a difference where the questions, there are lots of statements which are not asking us for tell us your answer, inference, implication, assumption, crux. Not all passages, all statements are that. We have different kind of statements, questions, and the questions just say that are the statements correct or not. They're not asking for conclusions, inferences. There are several questions on these lines. Now, which of the following statements is or are correct? The convergence model divides nations into 3 phases of economic progress. The convergence model divides nations into 3 stages of economic progress is wrong because it is not dividing nations. It divides economic eras. Please read this word very, very carefully. The passage says it divides economic eras. It is not dividing nations into 3 phases. Economic entities are divided into 2 categories, but the convergence model itself divides economic eras into 3 phases. So the statement which is at the heart of convergence theory, there is the closing of gap. The convergence model divides nations. No, it is not nations, it is eras, economic eras. So first statement is wrong. Second, at the heart of convergence theory is the closing of gap between labor and productivity. No, we are closing the gap between technology leaders and followers. We are closing the gap between technology leaders and followers. So second statement is also wrong. Third statement says technology leaders typically have arrived earlier at different economic eras. They have arrived earlier at different economic eras. Yes. Absolutely correct. Third statement is right. When you eliminate the first and second, we again see 2 and 4, 2 and 3, 1, 3 and 4. A, B and D get eliminated. The answer is C, 3 only. Also, when you read the fourth statement, the time period covered by the convergence theory presented herein encompasses, as mentioned, 4 million years. No, the passage has talked about 3 million years. Over here, when it talks about technology, it says scavenging was 3 million years ago. It is not talking from 4 million years ago. So, the fourth statement was wrong because this was 3 million years and not a random 4012200 years. No, it is 3 million years. Therefore, fourth statement was also wrong. And the right answer is 3 only, which is technology leaders have arrived at different times at different economic eras. Now we read about a passage on culture. Kalagram. Kalagram, the cultural village. Set up this question. This passage has 2 items. Kalagram, the cultural village, set up at the Mahakumbh Mela, unfolded as a mosaic of India's diverse regions, each represented by 7 meticulously crafted Sanskriti Angans. Sanskriti Angans stepping through the grand portal was like entering another world. So the Kalagram had many Sanskriti Angans, and walking through them was like stepping into another world. Then it says that these thematic zones were in, so what were these? These Sanskriti Angans were actually thematic zones. They were thematic zones inspired by iconic temples like dash dash dash, were treasure troves of regional artistry. And now there are several paintings, etc., which have been discussed. Now, what are those? So we have Bengal's Pattachitra painting, Assam's bamboo crafts, Tamil Nadu's Thanjavur paintings, and Madhya Pradesh tribal sculpture. All were showcased in these living galleries where 230 master artisans breathed life into them using age-old techniques. Their hands shaping India's ancient history into creations to behold. So the passage talks about Kalagram, which was created by 230 artisans using age-old techniques. Now, which of the following conclusions are valid? We have to answer conclusions are valid. First, 7 Sanskriti Angans representing different regions of India have been showcased in Kalagram. Yes, there were Sanskriti Angans and they were showcasing different cultural regions of India in Kalagram. So first statement is right. Absolutely. When you refer Sanskriti Angans, diverse regions of India, meticulously crafted Kalagram, yes, first statement becomes the right answer. Right. Second statement, regional artistry was recognized via the inspiration drawn from iconic temples. When you look at second statement, you will see that these thematic zones, which means the Sanskriti Angans, inspired by iconic temples, were the treasure troves of regional artistry. So, thematic zones were inspired by iconic temples, treasure troves of regional artistry. And over here it says, regional artistry was recognized via the inspiration drawn from iconic temples. Correct. So first is also right. But let's say we were not confident, we were holding on to first, and let's say we are holding on to it, we are not marking it right now. Because there could be some confusion that it was thematic zones, whereas over here it says, drawn from iconic temples. So let's just hold on to it. Third, India's ancient history had been crafted by contemporary craftsmanship. Over here it is contemporary, whereas they were using age-old techniques. So third statement is wrong. First statement was right, second we are holding on to, and third is wrong because everything else is right. It was crafted by 230 artisans, was a sight to behold, but not using contemporary craftsmanship, using age-old craftsmanship as is written here, age-old techniques. So third statement is wrong. When we eliminate third, B and D get eliminated. Now we have to look for the, so second is definitely true because second appears in both options, 1, 2 and 4, 1 and 2. We look at option number 4. Art forms from all regions of India had been showcased. All regions of India is an extreme universal statement. It did not have art forms from all regions of India. It had from different diverse regions. And only 4 regions have been given to us. So this statement also becomes wrong and the right answer is A, 1 and 2 only. A, 1 and 2 only. With this, we do the next question, question 67. In question 67, we see which of the following statements is not correct. Again, it is a not correct question. Paintings from 4 states of India have been mentioned. Wrong. This is the answer. This is wrong statement. Why? This is wrong because paintings have been, 4 states are there. But out of these 4 states, paintings are from 2. Paintings are 2 states. The other is culture, tribal culture. Let's read. We have Bengal's Pattachitra painting, painting number 1. Assam's bamboo craft. Tamil Nadu's Thanjavur painting, painting number 2. And Madhya Pradesh tribal sculpture. So the other two was sculpture, bamboo craft, but not painting. Painting is only 2 regions, so A statement itself is wrong. B, C, D, you don't even have to read. The answer is A. If you still want to read B, C, D, stepping into Kalagram is likened to stepping into another world. Absolutely correct. The Angans have been described as living galleries. Yes. And Kalagram is divided into thematic zones inspired by well-known temples of India. Also correct. And there were names of 2 temples which were there in the passage. So the right answer is A because it is statement A which is not correct. The right answer is A. Now we read one more passage which has 2 items. These items are based on sports. So the question is, the passage reads, sports is not just about winning medals or getting jobs through a sports quota. Today's generation is likely suffering with issues like depression and anxiety. And parents often say that their children are inactive and rarely leave the house. Sports can help tackle these problems. So one was winning medals, getting jobs through sports quota, and tackle these problems of depression, anxiety, and the children. From sport, you can learn time management, fitness, teamwork, coordination, and so much more. So there are lots of things that we can learn. Lots of things that we can learn from sports. We need to develop a culture in which sports is seen as a way of life. Sports is seen as a way of life. A way of life, a path to building a healthier, happier society. To building a healthier, happier society. Now, when we look at it like this, and we read our options, which of the following conclusions are valid? First, sports is more than just games, it is a way of life. This is correct. It has been very explicitly mentioned in our passage, statement number 1. It is right. Reading statement number 2. Sports can help mitigate the problems of seclusion among the young. Yes, this has also been highlighted where parents feel that their children are inactive, rarely leave the house, and depression, anxiety, and sports helps us tackle these problems. So second statement is also correct. Third, earning laurels in sports can help one secure a job on the basis of a assigned quota is also correct. It's written in statement 1 itself. Sports helps in securing a job based on assigned quota. So third is also right. Fourth, standard corporate skills cannot be learnt. This is wrong. Because corporate skills such as time management, teamwork, coordination, they can be learnt. So fourth becomes wrong. And the answer is D, 1, 2, and 3. Answer is D, 1, 2, and 3. Now, next question, 72nd. 72nd says, which of the following statements is or are correct? Parents are not encouraging enough when it comes to children playing sport. This is wrong. The passage says parents are worried. They encourage or discourage, or they're not encouraging enough, is not written in the passage. So the problem is not that the parents are not encouraging enough. This statement is wrong. Second, participation in sporting activities can help develop life skills. Absolutely correct. Life skills, teamwork, etc., mentioned in the passage. Second is correct. Now, the minute we say first is wrong, the answer depends on second and third. Second is right, we know this. Let's read third. Sport as a way of life can help evolve the very nature of society itself. Now, this is a little tricky statement. But if we read the last line, a path to building a healthier, happier society. So when sports develops as a culture, as a way of life, it will lead to a path to build a healthier, happier society. And our statement 3 becomes correct. And it will evolve the very nature of society towards, I should write here, healthier, happier. The last line, healthier, happier society. So the right answer to this question becomes B. Both 2 and 3 are correct. B, 2 and 3 are right. We do the next and the last passage, which is double deflation. Now, this talks about how is deflation done. Most countries use a method called double deflation, where input and output prices are deflated separately. Consider a manufacturer importing oil for use in production. If oil prices fall, output prices do not. Output prices do not, and quantities remain the same. Real value added should not change. So if I will say my oil price was falling, oil price falls, output does not, quantity remains the same, real value should not change. Real value also should not change, so it is also same. But if the same deflator is used for inputs and outputs, as in India, so what are we doing? We are using the same deflator for input and output. It would look as if the manufacturer had become more productive. So which means we are doing something wrong, where our deflation method makes it feel that the manufacturer has become more productive. Now let's read the questions, question 76 and 77. Question 76 says, which of the following statements is or are correct? First, real value should not change absolutely, real value should not change in instant of static output cost and unchanged quantities against falling oil price. This is exactly what we've written here, that falling oil price, if we have the falling oil price, the output price should not change, quantity and real value same. And this is what the statement 1 says, real value should not change, yes, in the instant of static output cost and unchanged quantities against falling oil prices. Second, so first statement is right. Second, deflators are to be used separately for input and output. Yes, that is double deflation. And this is the practice universally adopted by all economies. Absolutely correct. It is not adopted by all economies. We have exceptions. The passage specifically is bringing out the exceptions, for example, India. So second statement is wrong. Answer becomes A, 1 only. Answer is A, 1 only. Next is 77th. Which of the following assumptions is or are valid? Deflation strategies can be used to make manufacturers appear to be doing better than they actually are. This is correct. That deflation strategies can be used to make manufacturers appear to be doing better than they actually are. Second, for example, India. It says in the context of India, same words have been used. Second, when input and output prices are both deflated against a single input price, it is referred to as double deflation. This is wrong. When it is double deflation is when we use different prices are both deflated against a single input price. This is what is being done in India, and it is not double deflation. It is not double deflation. Double deflation means that you have one price. Double is because you have one price for input, you have another price for output. So second statement becomes wrong. The right answer is A, 1 only. Right answer becomes A, 1 only. So these were all the questions from reading comprehension that were given to us in the exam yesterday. Now we solve the questions from quantitative aptitude. These are questions from set D, and we will directly just start doing them. The questions were slightly on a tougher side because there was a change in the exam pattern. The questions came from conventional topics like time, speed, distance, mixture allegation, but they were not entirely direct also. Let's do question number 1. So question number 1 says, for 1 by 3 less than x less than y less than 2, which of the following statements is or are always correct? First, x plus 1 by x is less than y plus 1 by y. Now to solve such questions, one is we can use maxima, minima, the concepts of maxima and minima. Second is, if even there's a single case where it's not holding true, that will be our answer. Now let's take, the question says x plus 1 by x is less than y plus 1 by y. To check this, if it's always true, given that my x is 1 by 3 less than x less than y less than 2, can I say that let me take my x as 1 by 2, it's more than 1 by 3. So let's take our x as 1 by 2 and y as 1. When you do this, your equation becomes 1 by 2 plus 2, and the other side, which is y plus 1 by y, is 1 plus 1. This is 2.5. 1 plus 1 is 2. It is not less than, it is greater, which is opposite to the statement given. So first has to be wrong. It is opposite to the statement given. So first is wrong. You apply the same values to the second and we will see it is right. And the answer becomes B, 2 only. Root of 1 plus y square upon y is going to be less than root of 1 plus x square upon x. Second, the second question says, what is the minimum number of times one needs to measure to get 298 liters of water from a tank if the measuring cylinders have capacities 1 liter? So we have tanks of 1 liter, 6 liter, 25 liters and 100 liters. What are we measuring? We are measuring 298 liters. So how can we measure this? Now there are, the first thing that we do is we say, okay, I have 298 liters to be measured. Let me first measure 100 liters. Then I measure 100 liters again. So I have 200 liters. Done. What is remaining? What is remaining is 98 liters. For 98 liters again, I need to do a minimum number. So I'm going to start with the maximum values. And now I take my 25 liters. I can't do another 100 liters because it's going to exceed 298. So I take 25 liters. I do 25 plus 25 plus 25, which is 75. So now 98 minus 75, I'm left with 23 liters. I also have a can of 6 liters. So next I'm going to use 6 liters, and 6 plus 6, 12 plus 6, 18. So 18 liters I have measured using this. And now I have, I'm left with 5 liters, and this I will use 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, 5 times I will measure 1 liter and I will get 5. So my total will come out to be 298. You will count the number of times I had to measure. So you will say, I measured once, then second, third, fourth, fifth, 6, 7, 8, and 8 plus 5 is 13. And 13 is also an option. But now here comes the twist. This is not the right answer. The right answer is, the question says, what is the minimum number of times? When we measure, there is also an option where you can do a negative measure. Since it is saying 298, we could have also done 100 plus 100 plus 100. This will give me 300 liters. So I have 2 liters which are extra. And I can use 1 liter into 2 times and measure this 2 liters which is extra. Now how many times am I using my measuring tool? How many times am I making a measurement? First, second, third, fourth and fifth, a total of 5 times, which is right here. So the answer is not 13, the answer becomes B5. That is the right answer to question number 2, B5. Now we do question number 3. Again, it's a question based on weights. The question says, there are 4 types of weights, namely 1 kg, 2 kg, 5 kg and 10 kg. What is the maximum number of different ways one can measure 20 kg if at least 8, we have at least 8 but no more than 11 weights of 1 kg are to be used. So we have weights of 1 kg, 2 kg, 5 kg and 10 kg. This is what we have. And the question says, this 1 kg weight you have to use 8 to 11. You can't use less than 8, which is 7 weights. You can't use 12 weights. So how many, what is the maximum number of different ways one can measure 20 kgs? So what are we looking at? We are looking at a total of 20. This is what we want. Total 20. So let's start. When we start, we are going to say that let me use, one has a limitation, so let me use 8 1 kg weights. Now when you use 8 1 kg weights, so out of 20, 8 kgs is already gone to the 1 kg weights. We are left with 12 kgs. For 12 kgs, we will, how many ways can I measure? I could use 2 kg and 10 kg. You know, I'm left with how much? Let us write here, left. Left with how much? 12. So I can use 1 2 kg, 1 10 kg. I could use 1 2 kg and 2 5 kg. I could use 6 2 kg. There are 3 ways. Now, there is no other way I can do this because I need a 2 kg weight for sure. Now, let's check for 9 kg. If I have 9 1 kg weights, which means 9 kgs have been used, I'm left with 11 kg. Now 11 is an odd number. It means one of the numbers has to be odd. I definitely have to have a 5. Now this 5 could be 1. So if I have 1 5 kg, I could have, I'm left with 14. So something went wrong. So 9, 11 kgs and then 5. Now if I have 5, then how many 2 kg weights do I need? So I'm still left with 1, right? And we are left with 6 kgs. So 6 kgs means I will use 3 2 kg weights. And there is no other way we could do this because we don't have another 1 kg weight in 9. Now let's say we are using 10 1 kg weights. I have to count another 10. I could do this how? We could do 1 2 kg weight. No. We could use 5 2 kg weights. 5 to the 10. We could use 2 5 kg weights. We could use 1 10 kg weight. Now, there is no other way that we can measure this 10 kg. Because if you use the 5 kg, it becomes odd number. If you use 2 kgs, it has to have 10 kgs. So, this is the only 3 ways. And if this 1 kg had to have 11, if but now if it had to have 11, so this means that if 11 kgs is here, we are left with 9 kgs. If I'm left with 9, so we are left with 9 kgs. Again, it's an odd number, so I have to have 1 5 kg for sure. If I have to have 1 5 kg, I'm left 9 minus 5 is 4. Means the only option is I have to use 2 kg weights. So what is the answer? We count all these number of different ways in which we have been weighing 20 kgs, and that will be our answer. So now let's count. So we have, this is the first method, second method, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7, 8. So what is the total number of methods in which we can weigh? Answer is B, 8. We can weigh in 8 ways, in 8 different ways, 20 kgs using the given weights and the condition that 1 kg weight can be 8 or 11. It can't be less than 8, more than 11. The right answer becomes 8. What did we do? We counted the number of cases. We just had to start with 8, 9, 10, 11, look at different possible options. There were not too many, and we came up with the answer 8. Now we do next question, question number 5. In question number 5, we are given that the class average X in a test increases by 4 when the score of a student is rectified, whose corrected score is 100 instead of 0. Now this means that we can say average new is equal to average old plus something. What is it? Average old plus 4. It has increased by 4. But we also know that this average which has increased by 4 is also due to average old plus 100 divided by total number of entries. Yes, total number of students. Because we know the formula for average. The formula for average is equal to sum divided by number. So sum of, over here, sum of marks of students, sum of marks divided by number of students. So average new will be old sum which is old, plus 100 divided by number of students. This can be written as, this is average new, sum old divided by n. So this is itself old average, A old, plus 100 by n, which is also equal to average old plus 4. When you try to solve this equation, we see that A old gets cancelled. And we get that the number of students was 100 divided by 4, which is equal to 25. It is 100 divided by 4, which is equal to 25. Now we read the question further. So we've just read it till here. Now the question says, later the score of another student was found to have been recorded as 81 in place of 56. It is recorded as 81 in place of 56. If there are no other corrections and the final average is y, then y minus x is. So it says that there are no other corrections and the final average is y. Now this means that the score was 81 in place of 56. So this means we have recorded 81 minus 56. This is the difference in marks which has been recorded. 81 minus 56 is equal to 25. So this means I recorded extra marks, which means my new average, which was old average plus 4, now I'm making changes to this average which I found in the previous step, and it is recognized that I've added 25 marks extra. We do everything same, and we will see that this new the last average which we get, which is y, it is equal to this new average, which is original average was x plus 4, which is also equal to, this has to be equal to x plus 4 minus 25 by 25, x plus 4 minus 25 marks have been extra, same thing that we were doing here, except this a old is now a old plus 4 minus 25 by 25, which means y equal to x plus 4 minus 1, y minus x is equal to 3. And the right answer becomes B3. The right answer is B3. Y minus x is equal to 4 minus 1, which is equal to 3. Again, based on the understanding, average is equal to sum of marks upon number of marks. Once we recorded 0 marks instead of 100, so we added. Second time we decreased our marks because we had added 81 marks instead of 56. And the right answer becomes B3. We do the next question, question number 9 from Quantitative Aptitude. 3 variables x, y and z take values 2, 3, 4 and 5 such that they are always distinct. Now we have values of, they can take values of 2, 3, 4 or 5 and the variables are x, y and z. M and n denote the largest possible value and the smallest possible value. So m is the largest possible value and n is the smallest possible value. Of what expression? The expression is xy plus z. Xy plus z. Now, when I have to maximize my xy plus z, I'm going to maximize both. To maximize a product, I will take the biggest entry, the biggest available options, which is 4 into 5. And since the digits have to be distinct, I will take my z as the next largest, which is 3. And my answer will come out to be 5 into 4, 20 plus 3, which is equal to 23. So the value of m has to be equal to 23. That's the largest possible value. Now n. N is the smallest possible value, so we are going to minimize both of these. To minimize a product, I'm going to take the smallest possible values of x and y. These are going to be 2 and 3. And the next highest possible value for z, which is 4. 4. This, when you solve this equation now, we get 6 plus 4 equal to 10. Question says, what is the value of m minus n? So if your m was m minus n is equal to, your m is 23, n is 10, the answer becomes 13. So the answer is C, 13. C, 13. Next question, question 10. Question 10. अच्छा अपने आप बंद हो गया. Question number 10. Suppose x, y and z are variables taking positive real numbers as their possible values. X, y and z are variables taking positive real numbers as their possible values. It is given that y is directly proportional to x square, okay, and x is inversely proportional to z. X is inversely proportional to z. The question says for z equal to 7 by 25, so if z was 7 by 25, x was 5, y was 50. The question says, you know that y is 98. What is the value of z? This is the question. Now, there are two methods of solving it. First, we'll do the long method and then the shortcut. Now, when I know that y is proportional to x square, this means we can write y is equal to kx square. I know the value of y and x simultaneously. So, can I substitute these two values into y is equal to kx square to find the value of k? So, y is equal to kx square, which means 50 equal to k into 5 into 5 square. This means the value of k is equal to 2. The value of k is equal to 2. Now we look at the next statement. So the second statement also says that we have a relationship between x and z. Now, if I know that my z is 7 by 25, x is 5, I can also write this as x is equal to, let's call it t by z. But what is the value of x? X is equal to 5. Let's substitute these values into this equation. So, this is one that we have found. Equation, we get 5 is equal to t into 25 by 7. This means t is equal to 7 by 5. Okay. Now we know the value of y. If you knew the value of y is 98, based on this equation, so you substitute k equal to 2, you put k equal to 2 and we get y is equal to kx square. This means 98 is equal to 98 is equal to 2 into x square. 2 gets cancelled. X comes out to be 7. Now you take this value of 7 and you put it over here. X is equal to t upon z. X is 7. T is 7 by 5 into 1 by z. 7 gets cancelled. Z is equal to 1 by 5. So my answer comes out as B 1 by 5. This is one method of solving it. Now, we also look at another method. So I hope you followed this. We used the first equation. We found the values of the fixed variables. There were two fixed variables over here. These two fixed variables were k, and in the second equation it was t. So I used this equation and I found the value of k and t, and I then used the value of y to find x, and I found the value of z. I used the value of x to find the value of z, which was the question. Simple. Okay. Once again, using the given values, we found the fixed variables k and t. Now you knew k and t. We have two equations. We use the value of y to find x. We substitute it here. We use the value of x to find the value of z. Now, second method. What the question also says is that y is proportional to x square and x is proportional to 1 by z. From second equation, if I square both sides, the proportionality remains the same. X square is proportional to 1 by z square. So if I substitute this x square is proportional to 1 by z square into first, you will be able to say y is proportional to 1 by z square, which means y multiplied by z square is a constant. y1 into z1 square will be equal to y2 into z2 square. You entirely eliminated calculating three variables. You didn't have to find the k, the t, or the x. You just did this. y1 z1 square equal to y2 z2 square. Just substitute the values. First case, y1 50, z 7 by 25, 7 by 25 equal to y2 is given to be 98 multiplied by z square. We have to find. Simplify. 25. 2s are 50. 98 we already know. It is 49 into 2. So what is z square? It is 1 by 25. What is the value of z? 1 by 5. So this was the second method of calculating it. Z equal to 1 by 5. That is question number 10. Now we solve the next question, which is question number 17. So the right answer to 10 once again was 1 by 5. We've discussed it using two methods. Please try to solve using both. 17th. X and Y are two runners who run for the same duration of time on the same circular track. So there is a circular track. There is a circular track and they are running on this circular track. There are two runners, X and Y. They started running at the same time in the same direction with uniform speed. So they are running, both are running in the same direction, okay? X has completed 7 rounds. At that time, Y has completed 5 rounds. X completed 7 rounds and Y did exactly 5. So how many times? We already know that in such questions we have to calculate how many times do they meet each other. So when you take the concept of relative speed, the relative speed is 2. Because they're moving in the same direction, so the relative speed will be 2 rounds. Correct? I hope we understand, we recall the concept of relative speed. Same direction means we have to do 7 minus 5, which is equal to 2. So they are going to meet 2 times, 2 rounds. Second, the question says, after completing 5 rounds, what Y does is, Y changed his direction. So now instead of moving in the same direction, Y moves in the opposite direction. Earlier it was same direction, now opposite, with speed which is double his earlier speed. If he's doubling his speed, with speed which is double of his earlier speed, on the other hand, X continued to run with the same speed. So now X continues to do 7 rounds, but now Y will do 10 rounds. X continues, so X speed has not changed. So if X takes 7 rounds, Y is doubling his speed, so he will double his rounds. If he doubles his rounds, he will take 10 rounds. They stopped running when X completed exactly 21 rounds. Now, when X completes 21 rounds, X has already done 7 rounds here. So he was to do 14 rounds with this increased speed. So he has to do how much? 7 rounds is already done here. So 21 minus 7 is equal to 14 rounds. He has to cover 14 rounds with this increased speed. So when he's covering 7 rounds, Y is taking 10. X takes 14 rounds. Y will take unitary method, 20 rounds. Y will take how much? 20 rounds. Now they are running in opposite direction. So if they're running in opposite direction, I will add their speeds. Relative speed, it will be 20 plus 14 equal to 34. How many times do they meet? 34 times when they complete 21 rounds. X has completed 21 rounds. Question, how many times did X and Y meet after they had started and before? Now this is the trick. Before they finally stopped. So how many times do they meet? They meet a total of 2 plus 34 equal to 36. They meet a total of 36 times. However, the question says before they stopped. So 36th time they met when they stopped. So before they finally stopped, how many times did they meet? They met 36 minus 1. Why? Because of the word before. Before. I'm just writing before here. So the answer is 36 minus 1 equal to 35. A, they met 35 times. A, 35 times. The right answer is A, 35. Now we do the next question. Question number 18. In an objective type question paper, 5 marks are awarded for a correct answer, 2 marks are deducted for a wrong answer. So over here we know 5 marks, we get +5 for a correct answer and we get a -2 for a wrong answer. A student attempted all the questions and got a score of 69. So the student attempted all questions. So let's say he did 5 correct, C correct and W incorrect, W wrong. I'm just using the word W. So 5C, 5 correct. Once again, he is getting 5 marks for correct answer, 2 marks are being deducted for wrong. Now if he's done C questions, so what is his total correct marks? 5C. He's done W wrong answers, his total penalty is -2W. So 5C minus 2W, we know that this is equal to 69. We are given another statement where it says, had he been awarded 4 marks, +4 for the correct answer, -1 for the wrong answer, he would have scored in the same case where he's doing C correct and W wrong. Now he would have scored 84. How many questions were there in the question paper? What is the number of questions in the question? He's solved all questions. So the number of questions in question paper is C plus W. Effectively, the question is asking you to solve 2 equations and find the value of C and W, add it, and that is your answer. So how do we solve this? We say 5C minus 2W is 69. Second equation, we multiply it by 2. So we can write this as 5C minus 2W equal to 69. And second equation can be multiplied by 2. 8C multiplied by, let's multiply it by -2. So I can say -8C plus 2W equal to -4 2s are 8, 8 2s are 16. This is equal to, you solve it, you add them, 5 minus 8 is -3C equal to 69 minus 168. 69 minus 168, which becomes 99. So minus 99. C is equal to 99 by 3, which is equal to 33. You substitute this value of C into second statement. We get, putting this value of C, so C is 33. We are yet to find W. We put this value in any. We put it preferably in the second statement because it just has, the coefficient of W was 1. We can write 4 into 33 minus W is equal to 84, which means W is equal to 4 3s are 12, 132 minus 84. What is the value of W? The value of W is 132 minus 84. 132 minus 84. 48 plus 48. Now you just add the units place and you will see it has to end with 1. Even if you don't do the complete calculation, you add the units place, it ends with 1 and the answer is 81. You can calculate it, even then the answer is going to become, come as B, 81. That is the right answer. And now I hope you could solve this easily. This was a low-hanging fruit in the exam. 2 equations, 2 variables, solve them, get the values of correct questions, wrong answers, and add them to get a total of 81. Next question. It's a very interesting question. The CSAT paper was on the lengthy side. This is also one of the reasons. Very, very long questions requiring multiple steps. Easy but lengthy. So they were easy, but they were also lengthy at the same time. Now, an employee takes place, explosion. ये वाला नहीं चलेगा? बोलो कितना डालेंगे, चला के देख लें, क्या पता अपना ट्रिप करे. देखो मैं एक्सप्लोजन को एम्प्लॉय बोला. an explosion takes place at a certain distance from an army camp. Okay, so let's say this is the army camp. Over here, there is this explosion which takes place. I'm just drawing this cloud as an explosion. As soon as the sensor in the camp, so first there is this sound waves which will travel. The sound of the explosion, a drone starts flying towards the soil. So drone 1 starts leaving. Okay, it flies here. It reaches here, and a drone starts flying towards the spot of explosion, which is drone 1. The drone clicks a picture from the spot, and the camp receives it at the same time. So he reaches here at time t, t1, clicks a picture which is received by the camp. When the camp receives that picture, now immediately another drone starts flying to the spot. So as soon as this sends a picture, immediately it received it. Now drone 2 starts. When drone 2 starts, it reaches. It also sends a picture as soon as it reaches the spot. So it also sends a picture at time t2. It reaches at time t2, and it sends a picture at time t2, which is received at the camp at time t2. Now, the two pictures were received at 5:02 p.m. and 5:05 p.m. It means drone 1 reached at what time? 5:02. 5:02. Drone 2 reached at what time? 5:05. It means it took 3 minutes. It took how much time for drone 2? It took 3 minutes for drone 2 to reach the location. If drone 2 took 3 minutes, if the speed of the drones, both drones, the speed is the same. What is the speed? 30 meters per second. The speed is 30 meters per second. At what time did the explosion take place? Now this means that the drones take 3 minutes to travel this distance. Let's call this distance d. We don't know the distance. But we know that the two drones will take 3 minutes per drone to travel this distance d. I know the speed. The speed of the drone is 30 meters. 30 meters per second. The speed of the drone, speed, 30. Speed equal to distance, I don't know. Time, 3 into minutes. Since it's minutes, we convert it into seconds, 60. So what is this distance d? This distance d was actually 90. Let's just write it 90 into 60 for now. Or it's actually 5400, but I'm just writing it 90 into 60 for now. So this is the distance. The question says, at what time did the explosion take place that the speed of sound is 300 meters per second? So when this explosion happened, it covered this distance d at a speed of 300 meters per second. And now we have to find the time. When did this explosion happen? So time will be equal to, we can say speed equal to distance 90 into 60 divided by time. 0, 0 gets cancelled. 3, 2s are 6. Time is 18 seconds. It means the explosion took 18 seconds for it to happen and reach the army camp. Now this drone reached at 5:02. If it's reaching at 5:02, at what time is it starting? 3 minutes. It took 3 minutes to reach here. So it has to start at 3 minutes less than 5:02. So it has to start at 4:59. This drone started at 4:59 p.m. 4:59 p.m. it started to reach the explosion site because it was taking 3 minutes. 4:59 plus 3, 5:02 when the first image was clicked. Now, if it was starting at 4:59, the sound took 18 seconds. The sound took 18 seconds to travel. When did the explosion happen? It happened at 4:59 minus 18 seconds. 4:59 minus 18 seconds is 4:58:42. You add 18 seconds to 42, 18, we get 60, which is 4:59. A minute has been completed. So the right answer is C, 4:58:42. It had lots of forward and backward calculation. The calculation was on the easier side, but it was important to make sure that we are careful about who is traveling, when are they traveling, what's happening. We just had to be careful about that. And that was our right answer. Now, this is question 21. It was again a low-hanging fruit, but the question was lengthy. Question 22. The question 22 says a digit in the unit place of the number 6 raised to power 129 into 7 raised to power 307. We've done cyclicity in the class also. You've done cyclicity. Any question where the powers are very large, these are the powers, and any question where the powers are very large, it is a question of cyclicity. Now, we know that the cyclicity of 6 is equal to 1. Cyclicity of 7 is equal to 4. If you don't remember the cyclicity, 6 raised to power 1 is 6. 6 raised to power 2 is 36. The unit place is always 6. Therefore, the cyclicity of 6 is 1. 7 raised to power 1 is 7. 7 raised to power 2, 49. 7 raised to power 3 ends with 3. We are interested in only the units digit. 7 raised to power 4, 7 3s are 21. 7 raised to power 5, 7. So the unit digit starts repeating after 4 powers, which means cyclicity of 7 was 4. Now when we know this, we have to convert the 2 powers into multiples of 1 for 6 and multiple of 4 for 7. So I can write 6 raised to power 129 multiplied by 7 into 304 plus 3. 304 plus 3. 6 raised to power 129, the unit place will be 6. Multiplied by 7 raised to power 3. 7 raised to power 3 over here, the unit place is 3. So 6 into 3, 6 3s are 18. The units place has to be 8. The right answer is C, 8. A question based on cyclicity. Ye wala. So the right answer is going to be 8 based on cyclicity. Cyclicity of 6 is 1, cyclicity of 7 is 4. If you didn't remember in the exam, we could have very, very quickly calculated both the cyclicities. Now, we'll do question number 23. Question number 23 says a person saves 10% of his salary every month. So if his salary original was 100, salary originally is 100, so he is originally he is saving 10% of 100 is 10. Let's just write 10% of 100 he is going to save, which is equal to 10. Now if he is saving 10, what is his expense? His expense is equal to 100 minus 10. What you earn minus what you save, 100 minus 10, which is equal to 90. So this is the original case. So this is what's happening old. Let's call it old phase, case 1. This is what's given to us. Now his salary increases by 12%. So now what happens? What happens is his salary increased by 12%. So this means if it was 100 rupees, so we will say 100 plus 12% of 100, it increased by 12%, which is equal to 112. So his new salary is 112 rupees. His expenditure decreased by 10%. So this is new case. Now his new new expenses is, it has decreased by 10%. When it decreases by 10%, it means 90 minus 10% of 90, which means 90 minus 9, which is equal to 81. So his new expense is 81. Salary expense, what does he save? So if he was earning 112, he is spending 81. How much is he saving? 31 rupees. Sorry. गर्मी हो गई है, ये वाला एसी चलवा दो. So this is how we do calculation errors. So the new expense increased by 10%. It increased by 10%, so it became 99. So the new expense, it's not 81, it's 90 plus 9, it's 99. So how much did he save? 112 minus 99, which means 13 rupees. So earlier he was saving how much? 10 rupees. Now he is saving 13 rupees. This is what? This is a 30% increase. It has to be an increase. And how much? 30%. Why 30%? 30% of 10 is rupees 3. His saving has increased by rupees 3. And therefore, we will say he has increased his savings by 3 rupees. So the answer is 30% increase. With this, we solve the next question, question 25. How many 3-digit numbers can be expressed as an integral power of 2? Again, it's a low-hanging fruit. Integral power of 2 means 2 raised to power a number which is an integer. Based on experience, we know that 2 raised to power 2 is 4. Not a 3-digit number. We are looking for powers with 3-digit number. Then we know that 2 raised to power 4 is 4 4s are 16. We can say 2 raised to power 6. 2 raised to power 6. What is 2 raised to power 6? Is 2 raised to power 3 multiplied by 2 raised to power 2. And we can say that 2 raised to power 6 is 64. So 2 raised to power 6 becomes 64. And now we have 2 raised to power 7. So 2 raised to power 7 will be 64 into 2, 128. Absolutely, we were looking for 3-digit numbers. 2 raised to power 7 is 128. 2 raised to power 8 is equal to 128 multiplied by 2, 256. 2 raised to power 9, 256 multiplied by 2. Please, I hope this is how you absolutely solved it. There is no other method. 502 and now 2 raised to power 10. Based on number 5, we already know it is going to be a 4-digit number. So what were the values we were looking at? We were looking at 3-digit numbers which are being formed by 2 raised to power 7, 2 raised to power 8 and 2 raised to power 9. So the answer will be how many 3-digit numbers can be expressed as an integral power of 2? 3 numbers. What were these 3 numbers? These 3 numbers were 128, 256 and 512. These are the 3 numbers which can be represented as integer power of 2 and are 3-digit numbers. Next question. How many times does 5 appear in all 2-digit positive integers? We've solved this in the class multiple times, where we said when I have to use for 2-digit integers, it will have a units place and a tens place. Calculate the occurrence of 5 in units. Calculate the occurrence of 5 in tens place. That is your answer. In units place, how many times does a 5 come? It comes in 15, 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, 75, 85, 95. So in how many times does 5 come in a units place? The answer is 9. 15, 15, 25, 35, 45, 55, 9 times, 1 to 9. In tens place, it will come in numbers which start with 50, 51, 52, ... till 59. Next number is 60. So it will come in all these numbers. We are not worried about the number 55 because we are not counting the units place here. Units place has already been discussed over here, counted here. So over here we were counting only the tens place. And it's coming in 10 numbers. So the answer becomes 10 plus 9 equal to 19. The right answer is B, 19. Question 29, right answer B 19. We do next question, question number 30. In this, X travels 6 kilometers on a bicycle with average speed of 5 kilometers per hour, 10 kilometers per hour, and 4 kilometers per hour. So he's traveling 6 kilometers. Okay. We have 5 kilometers, so his speed is 5 kilometers per hour, then 10 kilometers per hour, and then 4 kilometers per hour. And this is during this is during 1 kilometer. Then the next 2 kilometers, 10 kilometers per hour. And then for the remaining 3 kilometers, it is 4 kilometers per hour, respectively. But Y is also traveling the same distance. Now we have, this was X, okay? Now we have a person Y, again same distance, but he is traveling at an average speeds of 4 kilometers per hour, 10 kilometers per hour, and 5 kilometers per hour. For the first 1 kilometer, the next 2 kilometers, and the next 3 kilometers. Question says, how many minutes early will Y complete the journey if both X and Y start at the same time? Basically, how much time is Y taking minus X taking? Now, what happens is, in this we can see that the central leg, both are taking the same amount of time. Why? Because the distance is 2 kilometers, same distance and same speed. There will be no impact. There will be no impact over here. So, kilometers per hour, it will continue to be the same. So, I will not have to calculate for the central leg of the journey. It is not important. It is this journey, this part where there will be a difference. Now, X is traveling at 5 kilometers per hour for 1 kilometer. So, how much time does he take? 1 by 5. बंद हो गया. So it's going to take, how much time will X take for this leg of journey? We'll use a different color. It will take, time is equal to, speed equal to distance upon time. Time is equal to distance upon speed. So 1 kilometer divided by 5. And we'll say 1 by 5. This is the time it will take, 1 by 5 hour. And over here it will take 3 by 4, 3/4. So 1 by 5 into 60 is the minutes and 3 by 4 into 60. This is the time that X will take for first and the last part of the journey. How much will Y take? 1 by 4 into 60 for minutes and 3 by 5 into 60 for minutes. Now when we solve this, 1 by 5 into 60, 1 by 5 into 60 means it has taken 12 minutes. 3 by 4 into 60, it means it has taken 45 minutes. So X, first part and the last part, 1 plus 3, it has taken 12 plus 45 minutes, which means 57 minutes. Y in the first and the last part has taken 15 plus 36. Fifteen plus 36, 51. So how much time extra? 6 minutes. Y took 6 minutes less than X to reach the same destination. How much time? 6 minutes. Answer is 6. Now we do the next question, 37. In question 37, in a sequence of numbers, each number other than the first two. So there are first two numbers, the sum of the two immediately preceding numbers from it. So this is actually Fibonacci series that has been explained to us. This is the Fibonacci series. 2, it has been explained in word form, where if you have term 1, then you have term 2, term 3 is equal to term 1 plus term 2. Term 4 is equal to term 2 plus term 3. This is how we keep moving forward. Now the question says the first two terms are 4 and 7. So the sixth number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to find this. We are given first term is 4, second term is 7. If first term was 4, second term was 7, the third term will become 4 plus 7, which is equal to 11. The next term will be 11 plus 7, 18. Next term will be 18 plus 11, 29. The next term will be 29 plus 18, 47. So the right answer is D, 47. This was a low-hanging fruit. It was very important to just write down 6 dashes, keep just calculating every term, and you will get your sixth term, which is 47. And that will be the right answer. Now we look at next question. The ratio proportion, it is from ratio proportion. The ratio of male to female workers in two companies A and B is 13:10 and 7:5. So let's write down. The ratio is A is 13:10. कहीं और चल रहा है क्या? कहीं और कर रहा है ठंडा? क्योंकि अब तो बहुत ज़्यादा गर्म हो गया. So in this question number 38, the ratio of male to female workers in two companies A and B. In A, the ratio is 13:10, which is male is to female. And in B, it is 7:5. Also can be written as 14:10 if I multiply my 7:5 by 2. 14:10. It says, if both the companies have the same number of female workers, which we just did, 10 female workers and 10 female workers. Let's assume company A has 10 female workers, then it will have 13 male workers. What will be the total number of employees? Total number of employees will be 23, 13 plus 10. In company B, if there were 10 female workers, there are going to be 14 male workers. Total number of employees will be 24. 14 plus 10, 24. What is the ratio of total number of workers in A to those in B? It is 23 divided by 24. Answer is B, 23:24. B, 23:24. Next question is question 39. In this question, we have the product of HCM and LCM of two distinct numbers. Now, we know that the property of HCF and LCM is that it is equal to the product of numbers. There are two distinct numbers, X, Y, and their product is equal to HCF into LCM. So the question says the product of HCM and LCM of two distinct numbers is equal to cube of one of the numbers. Let's say it is equal to X cube. Correct? Based on cube of one of the numbers, which of the following statements is or are correct? First, let's take a look at these numbers. This means when X gets cancelled, one number is X, the other will be Y will be equal to X square. So the two numbers were X and X square. Now, if the two numbers are X and X square, we say the difference of the numbers is an even number. So what is the difference of X minus Y? It will be X, let's say X square. We will say Y minus X, because X square is bigger. It will be Y minus X will be x square minus x, which is equal to x into x minus 1. If there were two consecutive numbers, one of these numbers is definitely even. And a product of odd multiplied by even will always be equal to even. So the difference of the numbers is an even number, absolutely correct. Why? Because it is x into x minus 1. One of the numbers has to be even and the product will become even. Second, one of the numbers is a perfect square. Absolutely, we can see if one number is x, the other number is x square. It's a perfect square and the answer directly comes out to be C, both 1 and 2. The answer is C, both 1 and 2. With this, we do the next question, which is based on divisibility rule of 11. The question says x and y are two digits and the number 4x 5y 790 is divisible by 11. Then what is the remainder? 4x 5y 790 is divisible by 11. Then what is the remainder? Now, in this question, the divisibility rule of 11 says that you take the sum of alternate digits. Okay, you take the sum of alternate digits and subtract them. So sum of alternate digits here is 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 0 and the other is x plus y plus 9. 4 plus 5 plus 7, which means 9 plus 7, which is equal to 16. And here we have x plus y plus 9. Now the divisibility rule of 11 says you take the sum of alternate digits and you subtract them, which means 16 minus x plus y plus 9. This has to be either be equal to 0 or it will be a multiple of 11. There are two options. It will either be 0 or it will be a multiple of 11. So 16 minus x plus y plus 9. There are these two options which are there. Now if it was 0, the value of x plus y will become 16 minus 9, which is equal to 7. If it was a multiple of 11, let's just write it as 11. This will become 16 minus 9 minus 11 is equal to x plus y. Now this means x plus y is equal to 18. X plus y will be equal to 18, or we can say 11 plus 7. So it is 11 plus 7. Now the question says what is the remainder if x minus y is divided by 11? If x minus y is divided by 11, in this case clearly the remainder has to be 7, and over here also, second case also, the remainder will be 7. So what is the remainder? In all cases the remainder is going to be D, 7. That is the answer. Question number 40, answer is D, 7. Question 45. This is a question based on mixtures and alligations. This question says an alloy P contains 20% copper, 80% zinc by weight. Let's just, for the sake of convenience, we are going to deal with only copper. Whatever, is the remaining percentage on subtracting by 100 is going to be zinc, right? 20 plus 80 was 100, 60 plus 40 was 100. So basically copper plus zinc percentage will be equal to 100%. So for the sake of calculation, we are going to deal with only copper. Now it says the alloy P, there is 20% of copper. Another alloy Q contains 60% of copper. A third alloy R is to be made from P and Q so that it contains an equal amount of copper and zinc, which means 50%. This is what we are looking at, 50%. So now the question is, what is the ratio of amounts of P and Q. Let the amount of P be P and Q be Q. So we know on the basis of allegations, we will apply allegation here, allegation, and we can say 60 minus 50 divided by P will be equal to 50 minus 20 divided by Q. I need the ratio of P is to Q. This implies I can solve this as P divided by Q. So P goes here, 50 minus 20 comes to the denominator, is equal to 60 minus 50 is 10 divided by 30, which is equal to 1 by 3. Answer is A, 1 by 3. Question number 45, A, 1 by 3. Now we will do question number 46. A is a 2-digit number with different digits. B is also a 2-digit number and is obtained by reversing the digits of A. So let us say that the number A was XY, which means it is where X and Y are single digit numbers. So A is 10X plus Y. And B is equal to YX, which means 10Y plus X. Now the question says, B is also a 2-digit number, is obtained by reversing the digits of A. We have done. A minus B. Now the question says A minus B is multiple of 7. It's like 27x. Where A is greater than B. If A is greater than B, it means X is greater than Y. A is greater than B, so units tens place of A is greater than tens place of B, X is greater than Y. How many such different combinations of X, Y are possible is the question. Now, to solve this question, we first calculate A minus B, because A minus B is 27x. We know that A minus B is equal to 10x plus Y minus 10y minus x, which means 9 times x minus y. Now 9 times x minus y is a multiple of 27. So 9 times x minus y is equal to 27 times something. Actually, we should not write x, we should write a number k. 27k. 9, 3s are 27, x minus y is equal to 3k. We have to find the values of x and y. Now we will try to populate because there are not too many values in our option. We have x and we have y. And then let's write x minus y, which has to be equal to 3k. So how do we start? We take the biggest value possible for x, which is 9. The largest possible value for x is 9. X minus y is equal to 3k. So this means it could have been x 9 minus 6, which is equal to 3k. It could have been 9 and 3. 9, 3 means 6, which is k is equal to 2. But if I do 9 and 0, my 0 will make my b a 1-digit number. So I can definitely write 9 and 0, my x minus y is 9, but this is not a acceptable case. Because with this, if y is equal to 0, my b will become a 1-digit number. 1-digit number, which is incorrect. This is not right. So only 2 cases are here. 2 cases. Now if x was 8, y will have to be 5. X is 8, y can be 2. Now the calculation will be very quick. If x is 8, y cannot be less than 2. So there are 2 cases with y equal to x equal to 8. If x is equal to 7, y will be equal to 4 or it will be equal to 1. Again 2 cases. Now if x is equal to 6, let's write here itself. Let's write here x is equal to x, y. X is equal to 6. Then y is equal to 3. Y cannot be 0. If x is equal to 5, y will be 2. X is 4, y will be 1. Now there will be no other case possible. So what will we do? We will calculate the number of cases that we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. 9 such cases were made possible. Why? Because both had to be a double digit number. A and B were double digit number, which means the numbers could not have been 0. X and Y cannot take the value 0, and the right answer becomes 9. The right answer is not 12, the right answer is 9. Now, next question. Again, time, speed, distance question, very similar to a question that we have already discussed. A train has to complete a journey of 800 kilometers. If it meets a minor accident, so there are two cases given. First, it says that if it meets a minor accident, its speed becomes half. If there is a mechanical defect, the speed becomes 1/4 of the existing speed. Now this train is on its way. So now this train is on its way. The train meets with a minor accident. So it starts, it has covered 200 kilometers and met, so on its way, the train meets with a minor accident after 200 kilometers. So there was speed S, it meets a minor accident. After the minor accident, the speed will become half. So for 400 kilometers, the speed is S by 2. After 400 kilometers thereafter, it develops a mechanical defect. So after 400 kilometers, the total length of the journey was 800, which means 200 kilometers, it develops a mechanical defect. With mechanical defect, the speed will become 1/4 of the existing speed. This means over here for 200 kilometers, the speed will become 1/4 of S by 2, which is S by 8. It also says, had the train developed. So now there is a different scenario. It says, had the train developed the mechanical defect after 200. So for 200, the speed is now, again, it is S. But if it had developed a mechanical defect after 200 kilometers, so means that now it has a minor defect, then the speed have been S by 4. And then for the last 200, it gets into a minor accident, the speed becomes S by 8. It would have taken 4 more hours. The time difference would be 4 hours to reach its destination. What was the original speed of the train in kilometers per hour? Now, in this question, it is very, very important that we understand that in this question, we can very clearly see that the time taken for the first leg of the journey. For this first leg of the journey, train will take same time. 200 distance, speed S, 200 distance, speed S. For the last leg also, it's going to take the same time. 200 kilometers S by 8, 200 kilometers S by 8. So all the time difference is coming due to this middle leg. Now in this middle leg, if you calculate how much extra or less time, whatever, and that difference should be equal to 4 hours given in our question. So what is the time taken? Time, we know speed equal to distance upon time. So this implies time is equal to distance upon speed. Distance 400, speed S by 2. Rather, you don't even have to do this. If we see that my distance is same, this means my S1 T1 will be equal to S2 T2. Why? Because my time is same. So what is my S1? My S1 is S by 2 multiplied by time T, which is equal to S2, which is S by 4. My speed is lesser, so I am taking T plus 4 time. Your SS gets cancelled, T2. This implies 2T equal to T plus 4, T equal to 4. So once again, we see that time taken by 1 minus time taken by 2 has to be 4. We took a ratio, but that did not help. So again we solve it, and now we say time is equal to distance upon speed, 400 upon s by 2 minus 400 upon s by 4 equal to 4. 400, 400, 400. So 100, 2 by s minus 4 by s is equal to 1. Just solve this. When we solve this, we will get the value of s. This means 100 into 2 by s is equal to 1. S is equal to 200. The answer is going to be A, 200. We just have to solve T1 minus T2 is equal to 4. Or rather, T2 minus T1 is equal to 4, and we will get the answer as 200. Basically, it's coming out to be negative here in the calculation we did, which means it's the same speed. We just did the wrong T1 minus T2. So the answer is coming out to be 200 kilometers per hour. Now we do the next question. Next question has 3 partners. It's a question based on simple interest. Unless a question highlights compound or explicitly mentions compound interest, we always assume that the question, the amount that is being invested is a simple interest. Also for the first year, the simple interest and compound interest is absolutely same. So over here, we have 3 business partners, and let's see what happens. 3 partners A, B and C entered into a business. So we have 3 partners A, B and C. They entered into a business. A invested. So what is the principal amount? 1/3. A invested 1/3 of the capital for what time duration? 1/3 time duration. B invested 1/4 of capital for 1/4 time duration. And C invested the remaining capital. So what is the remaining capital? 1 minus 1 by 3 minus 1 by 4, which means 1 minus 7 by 12, which is 5 by 12. So C invested 5 by 12 for the whole duration, which is 1. Out of a profit of 17,000, how much profit will C get? I'm erasing this because you already know how to calculate the share of C. What did C invest? Now, what is the profit that A is getting? Let's say there is a fixed rate of interest R. So what is the profit that A will get? A will get 1 by 9. What will B get? 1 by 16. And what will C get? 5 by 12 multiplied by R. Whatever this rate is, R. So this means A plus B plus C, which is 1 by 9 plus 1 by 16 plus 5 by 12, this has to be equal to 17,000. Now we'll just calculate R, we'll put it back and we'll get our answer. So this means 1 by 9 plus 1 by 16 plus 5 by 12 multiplied by R is equal to 17,000. This is equal to 17,000. And when we try to solve it, we can take the LCM of 9, 16 and 12. Let's quickly calculate the LCM of 9, 16 and 12. 4, 9, 4, 3, 3, 3s are 9, 4 and 1. This means the LCM is coming out to be 12 into 12, which is equal to 144. So I can write this as 16 plus 9 plus 60 divided by 144 equal to 17,000. 16 plus 9 plus 60. So 16 plus 9 is 25. 25 plus 60 is 85. So R is equal to 17,000 into 144 divided by 85. 17 5s are 85, which means 144 into 1000 divided by 5. The question, how much profit will C get? What is the profit that C is getting? 5 by 12 R. This is the value of R. We'll just have to put it in this question, 5 by 12 R. So the profit that C gets is going to be, we can write C gets 5 by 12 R, which is equal to 5 by 12 multiplied by 144 into 1000 divided by 5. 5 gets cancelled, 12 and 144, 12. Answer will come out to be A, 12,000. The answer is A, 12,000. I hope you understood question number 58, solved with the help of calculating the values. Definitely there is another approach where we can say that their profits are being divided in what ratios, which is 16. Their profits are divided in the ratio of 16 is to 9 is to 60, and then solve again. Now we look at the next question, which is question number 59. Question number 59 is directly based on a formula that we also did in class. The formula says that after every repetition, how much chemical is left. There are two chemicals which do not react with each other. A container contains 10 liters of chemical A. So originally there is a chemical A and there is a chemical B. Now a container contains 10 liters of chemical A. 1 liter of this is removed and 1 liter of B is poured. So this becomes 10 minus 1 equal to 9 and B is 1. Then again 1 liter is removed, 1 liter of A is removed, 1 liter of B is added. The question says, if this process of replacing 1 liter of the mixture by 1 liter of B is performed once more, okay, it is being performed 3 times. So 1 liter of this chemical is removed, then 1 liter, and then once more, 3 times. What is the volume of B that is present in the container approximately? Now what the formula says is that, the mistake that, a common thing could be, we could say that 9 minus 1 equal to 8 and 2 liters. It can't be that direct. It cannot be that B just becomes 2 liters and then B becomes 3 liters. So first is, it will be an approximate percentage. But if you look at B becoming 3 liters, then how will we solve the question? Why is it not this? Because when you remove 1 liters now, a percentage of A is being removed, but a percentage of B is also being removed. So instead, what do we say? That every time, what is the value being removed? 1 minus 1 by 10. This means 10 minus 1, 9 by 10. This is the percentage fraction of A that is being removed every single time. A is 9 by 10 being removed. So after 3 trials, how much is being removed? So after 3 turns, A will be, how much will it be there? 10 into 9 by 10 raised to power 3. 9 9s are 81, 9s are 729 divided by 100 is equal to 7.29. So we can say that 72% of A will remain. If 72.9, we can say that if 72.9% is A, what is the percentage of B? B has to be 100 minus 72.9. And 100 minus 72.9 is 27.1. So what is the percentage of B expected? It is 27.1. Rounded off, it becomes 27. So what is the percentage? volume of B that is present in the container in percentage terms, it is 27%. I hope this is clear. Now, if you were solving using this, it would have been 30%, which was the wrong answer, and it's not an option. So the right answer is 27.1, which is 27%. Now, next question is question number 60. When we solve question number 60, the question says, a shopkeeper employs a delivery boy and gives him a motorcycle for home delivery. For every delivery, the boy is given rupees 5. So for every delivery, so he is getting rupees 5 rupees for every delivery. He also gets rupees 2 for every kilometer, and he gets rupees 2 for every kilometer he travels. The boy wants to earn more than rupees 100, or the boy wants to earn more than rupees 500 a day, earn more than rupees 500 a day, but does not want to travel more than 100 kilometers. So let's say that he's traveling 100 kilometers and he wants to earn 500 plus, more than rupees 500. Which of the following numbers would definitely meet his target? Now there's a problem in the question which says that he wants to earn more than 500. So which number will definitely meet his target of 500 rupees? When he's traveling 100 kilometers, so how much rupees is he earning from traveling 100 kilometers? He is earning 100 into 2, which is equal to 200 kilometers. And from 500, it is a shortage of 300. This 300 rupees he has to get with deliveries. If he does deliveries now, so for 300 kilometers, he gets rupees 5 for every delivery. So number of deliveries to earn rupees 300 is equal to 300 divided by 5, which is 60. For 1, that's not an option. So the answer is D. The question cannot be answered due to insufficient data. Second problem with the options is it cannot be answered because we don't know if he's going to travel 100 kilometers. He does not want to travel more than 100, but does he travel the 100? We don't know. If he does not travel 100, he travels just 10 kilometers. Is this 300 rupees being able to met? No. So the answer is data is insufficient. Answer is D, data is insufficient. Question cannot be answered. Next. In next, we have statement-based questions. Directions for the next 5 items. Each item in this section contains a question followed by 2 statements. Answer each item using the following instructions and mark your response on the answer sheet accordingly. Option A, select this option if the question can be answered using one of the statements alone, but cannot be answered using the other statement. So one statement alone, either 1 or 2, but not the other alone. Select this option if the question can be answered using either statement. So it can be answered using either 1 or 2. It can be answered using either. Either 1 or 2. C. Select this option if the question can be answered using both statements together, 1 and 2. They have to be used together, but cannot be answered using either statement alone. And select this option if the question cannot be answered using any of the statements. Now let's quickly solve these questions. First is question number 61. X receives 3 coins of different denominations, 1, 2, 5, 10 and 20. The total amount received by X is M. So he receives a total amount M. He has received 3 coins of denominations 1, 2, 5, 10 and 20. Does X receive a coin of denomination 5? To solve this, first let's list down what are the different total value, possible values of m which can happen. There will not be too many cases. So we start with a coin of 1 and 2. Then he could have 5, 1, 2, 10, 1, 2, 20, 1, 5, 10, 1, 5, 20. Then 2, 2, 5, 10, 2, 5, 20. There is no other possible scenario. Then 2, 10, 20. Now 5, 10, 20. These are the total number of cases which he will have. This is a total of 10 cases. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And one case was 1, 10, and 20. Total of 10 cases. What is the value of m? Let's quickly also write down the value of m because the answer is based on the value of m. So the value of m will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 23, 16, 26, 10, 2 plus 5 plus 10, 17, 27, 32, 35, 31. Now, the question says, if the total amount received by X is M, does X receive a coin of denomination 5? Does X receive a coin of denomination 5? Given M is not a prime number. So let's mark the options where M is a prime number. Let's say M is a prime number. These are the numbers 13, 23, 17, 31. These are the 4 cases where we see that M is a prime number. Question says if M is not a prime number, will he always get a coin of denomination 5? Answer is no, because in this case, we see that M was not a prime number, but he did not get a coin of denomination 5, whereas for other scenarios, M was a prime number, yet he was getting a coin of denomination 5. Therefore, we can't say with certainty. So, statement 1 does not help me answer if he is going to get a coin of denomination 5 or not. Statement 1 does not help me answer. Statement 2, the sum of digits of M is greater than 5. The sum of digits of M is greater than 5. Now quickly let's mark those cases where sum of digits of M is greater than 5. These cases are 8 greater than 5. 3 plus 1, 4, no. 3 plus 2, 5, no. 6 plus 1, 7. 6 plus 2, 8. 7 plus 1, 8. 7 plus 2, 9. 3 plus 2, 5, no. 5 plus 3, 8. 3 plus 1, 4, no. So the cases highlighted in red are the cases where we can say that the sum of digits of M is greater than 5. Now if you look, for every such case, he is getting a 5 rupee coin. For each such case, whenever the sum is greater than 5, he is always getting a 5 rupee coin. So we can substantially answer with confidence that if the sum of digits of M is greater than 5, he is definitely getting a 5 rupee coin. And the answer becomes A. The question can be answered by using one of these statements alone, but cannot be answered using the other statement. So the answer is A. 61st. We solve 62nd. X square is less than y is less than 1. In such questions, we simply have to find one case which does not fulfill our given option, and that is our answer. Now the question says x square is less than y is less than 1. Statement 2, y is less than square root of x is less than 1. Now when it says x square is less than y is less than 1, I can say let's take a value where The question says which of them is bigger. Let me say x is greater than y, then I'll say x is less than y. Now both are less than y, both are less than 1. So if x was greater than y, let me take a value of x being 0.6, x equal to 0.6 and y equal to 0.5. What is x square? 0.36 is less than y, 0.5 less than 1. Correct. Now if x was less than y, let us take the value of 0.2. Let's take x as 0.2 and y as 0.5. Now it says 0.04 less than 0.5 less than 1. This is also correct. But x square is less than y less than 1. But I cannot substantially say if my x is bigger or y is bigger. This statement is true. Correct. But this is true for both cases, x greater than y as well as x less than y. It's true for both cases. We don't know what is x. Is x bigger? Is y bigger? So this means just by knowing that x square is less than y is less than 1, we cannot tell if my x is bigger or y is bigger. Hence, we cannot answer using statement 1. Now we look at statement 2. Statement 2 says y is less than root of x is less than 1. Again, we take values. We say second part is y is less than root of x is less than 1. Now let me take x is greater than y. Again, when I am saying x is greater than y, we can take x as 0.36. You can take x as 0.4. 0.4, you can take y as 0.3. So 0.3 is less than 0. Mistake made. I'm just thinking of cases where we can say this. So x is greater than y. So first let's start with x is less than y. If x was less than y, then let's say x was 0.36. No, x was 0.16, which is less than y, which is 0.3. Now 0.3 is less than 0.4 is less than 1. No, not true. And if you take x greater than y, so we can say, again you will find that this statement will not hold to be true. It's not telling you if x is less than y or x is greater than y. Statement 2. And now what we say that let us take both statements together. If we take both statements together, we know x square is less than y is less than 1. Y is less than x square, root x, which means root x less than 1. This becomes the statement. So can both statements together tell us? No, because it tells us that y is between x and x square. But it tells us that y is between x square and root x. But what is the value? Who is bigger? It is still not telling us. So the right answer becomes D. Select this option if the question cannot be answered even using any of the statements. Right answer is D. We solve question number 63. Question 63 says, if x and y are integers, is x even? X square, y square is even. Now if x square, y square is even, it means that one of the numbers has to be even. Okay. If x square, y square is even, it means x square, if x square, y square is even, there are only two possibilities. It could be even multiplied by even or even multiplied by odd. So is x even? We don't know, because there is this situation also. In this situation, even number is x or y, we can't say with certainty. So by itself, statement 1 is not telling us the answer because we don't know which of the two is even. But the second statement says 1 plus x square plus y square is odd. If 1 plus x square plus y square is odd, this means that 1 is an odd number, means x square plus y square, one of them has to be odd, one has to be even. One of them has to be odd, one has to be even. Which means the first case is not happening. 1 plus x square plus y square. 1 plus x square plus y square. Let's do this again. So we have two cases in the first equation, even or even odd. Now we do second equation, which says 1 plus x square plus y square. This is odd. Now if this is odd, x and y, if both were even and even. If both were even, it would be 1 plus even number, which will be odd. This means, and if it was even plus odd, it will not fulfill this condition. So this means the only possible option is even plus even. Which means the answer will be, select this question if the question can be answered using one of these statements alone. Yes, it can be answered using statement 2 alone. It cannot be answered using statement 1 alone. So it has to be answered using statement 2 alone, which is statement 2 alone can tell us that x is even. Statement 1 is not needed. We solve next question. Next question says 64th. 64th is x is a collection of certain odd numbers. So x is a collection of many odd numbers. Odd numbers, they could be 3, 5, 7, 9, ... X is a collection of certain even numbers. Which even numbers we don't know, but we'll just put randomly few even numbers 2, 4, 6, ... The question says T consists of numbers which are either from X or from Y. Is every number of T from Y? Which means is every number even? Okay, so T has numbers which are from X or from Y. It means either even numbers or Y numbers. Statement 1. The sum of any two numbers belonging to T is even. The sum of any two numbers belonging to T is even. Now this is possible if two numbers are being added. The first, it could be odd plus odd or even plus even. Both will give me even number. This means, can I say my both numbers were odd or both numbers were even? Are they from X or are they from Y? We cannot say. Therefore, statement 1 will not by itself answer the question. Statement 2. If both P and Q are picked from T, then P minus 1 into Q is equal to even. If both P and Q are picked from T, then P minus 1 into Q is even. This means one option is Q was an even number, which means it was from Y. It could also mean that P, P minus 1 is even. If P minus 1 is even, it means P is from X. Or it could be that both are from Y, both are even. However, you cannot say if every number of T is from Y. You can definitely say that there is one even number. In fact, you can't say even that, because if P minus 1, P was from X, it was an odd number, P minus 1 was still giving you an even number. So this means that the question cannot be answered using any statement. Answer is option D if the question cannot be answered using any of the given statements. With this, we move towards question 65. Question 65 says, X, Y, and Z are integers, each greater than 1, and X is a prime number. xy square is equal to 116. Let's quickly factorize 116 and see what do we get. We know x is a prime number. X is a prime number and this is 116. So let's factorize 116. We divide it by 4, 29. So this means 116 can be written as 29 into 2 square. So based on statement 1, if xy square is 116, I can very well say that x is a prime number. I can answer based on statement 1. Yes, we can tell that x is 29, which is a prime number. Statement 2, x into z is equal to 261. Now let's factorize 261. 261. You take 9. $29. So 261 can be written as 9 into 29. But we don't know which of these numbers is x, which of these numbers is z. Which means, can I say my x is a prime number? I can't say with certainty. I can say it only on the basis of first statement. So the answer becomes A, 1 alone, and we cannot solve the question using the other statement alone. And which statement? Statement 1. Question number 10. This is again a question based on powers where we have to factorize the question. We have to factorize the given terms. Now the given terms are, the question says 10 raised to power m into 1000 into n, which means 10 raised to power m plus 3 multiplied by n equal to what is given to us. Now let's factorize. When we write 75, 75 can be written as 5. It is 5 cube, which means 5 cube raised to power 25 multiplied by 5 square raised to power 32 multiplied by 32. We are looking at powers of 2. So this can be written as 2 raised to power 5 raised to power 75. If you simplify, we know the properties of power of numbers. X raised to power m raised to power n is equal to x raised to power m. Now you have to tell, is it m into n? Is it m plus n? What will happen? I've done a mistake here. Three into 5 square. So now this means x raised to power m into n. So this means over here we are just going to look at powers of 5 and 2. So power of 5 over here is 50 multiplied by power of 5 over here it is 64 and 2 raised to power 75 into 5, 375. So for 32, it is a very large power. So 2 powers are not important for us to calculate. We will say this is the limiting 5 raised to power 114. Now 5 raised to power 114 is equal to 10 raised to power m plus 3. This means m plus 3 is equal to 114, m is equal to 111. Answer is B, m is equal to 111. Why? Because we had lots of 2s. It is the powers of 5 which were less. 5 into 2 is 10. So maximum you can have 10 raised to power 114 because that is the maximum power of 5 available. And 114 minus 3 is equal to 111, which is the right answer. Now question number 80. Question number 80 says, the speed of a train T is 100 kilometers per hour and the speed of a person P is 4 kilometers. The speed of a train T is 100 kilometers per hour, person is 4 kilometers per hour. T crosses P in 15 seconds. if P travels along the direction of motion, and if P travels against, then in how much time it's going to cross? This is the question. Now, to solve this, this is a concept of relative speed when both were moving in the same direction. Speed of person and speed of train. If they are moving in the same direction, they are moving in opposite direction. When they were moving in same direction, which is the first part, we will say that the speeds are going to get subtracted. Now, so the relative speed will be speed of train minus speed of person. When they start moving in opposite direction, which means in a way they're moving towards each other, we will say relative speed is speed of train plus speed of person. This is the concept that will be used. So we say that the speed of train is 100, the speed of person is 4. When they are moving along same direction, for same direction, the speed relative is equal to 100 minus 4 equal to 96. And in how much time is it going to travel? 15 seconds. 96 kilometers per hour, 15 seconds. When it goes in the opposite direction, the speed relative is equal to 100 plus 4, 104 kilometers. Time we have to find. Distance is the same, which means S1 into T1 is equal to S2 into T2. S1 into T1 S1 T1 equal to S2 T2. So speed first is 96. It takes 15 seconds. So the answer will also come in seconds. I'm not converting the speeds because the units cancel out. Speed 2 is 104. Time we have to find. This time is equal to 96 into 15 divided by 104. 4 2s are 8. 14 and 26. It is 7 into 15 divided by 13, which is 105 divided by 13. And when you solve 105 divided by 13, you will get your answer. So it will be 96 into 15 divided by 104, which is equal to 12. 12 into 15 divided by 13, which means 2 into 6 into 15 divided by 13. 15 2s are 30. 180 divided by 13. And this will give you your answer, which is 13.85. Answer will be C, 13.85. With this, we have attempted all possible questions for quantitative aptitude in the paper. And now we will discuss logical reasoning. Now in logical reasoning, the first question is from cubes. The question says, a cut on a solid object divides the object into two parts, where the new surface thus produced are plane. So there are plane surfaces being formed. On the other hand, one single cut can be used to cut more than one object at a time. So you can cut multiple objects together. In an experiment, the total number of pieces produced by applying n cuts is denoted by x raised to xn. It is xn. The experiment is performed on a solid cube where the experiment is performed on a solid cube where pieces remain unmoved after each cut. In this experiment, if after the third cut, which means x3, the pieces are identical, then which of the following is not a possible value for x4? Now let's say third cut. So first let's see what are the possible values for third cut. The possible values for third cut, this is a cube that I've given for you. You know, if I'm making 3 cuts, I make the 3 cuts as 1, 2 and 3. I get 4 equal cubes, 4 cubes which are identical to each other. So this means if x cube, one of the possible values is 4. Then second situation, I am again cutting this cube and I put 2 cuts and I divide it like this, half. This means I had 1, 2, 3 cubes, and then I divided it into half, which means I made 6 cubes. So I can have 6 as a possible value. And last is I put 1 cut along each axis. 1 cut along each axis, which will give me 8 cubes. So 4, 6 and 8 are the possible values for x3. Now let's take a look at x4. When we say x4, if I had these 4 cubes, if my x3 was 4, now for this value of 4, what will my x4 be? So there is one possible value where, let's draw a cube. This was the cube. I had put 1, 2, 3 cuts. I put the 4th cut. I get 5. This is one possible value. 5. Now there were 1, 2 and 3 cuts. 1, 2 and 3 cuts, right? I had 4 cubes. I put the 4th cut. I can get a value of 8. So with 4 cuts, I can get a value of 5, 6, 7 and 8. Okay, I can get a value of 5, 6, 7 and 8 for x4 if my x3 was equal to 4. Now let's say my x3 is equal to 6. If my x3 is equal to 6, the cube I had was 1, 2, and then we had cut it like this. I'm going to place a 4th cut. If this is 6, there is an option where I can divide all the cubes into 2. I can get 12. So this means 12 is possible, not an answer. 8 is possible, not a possible answer. 5 is possible over here. So the answer is A equal to 16. Answer was A equal to 16. Why? Because we saw 5 cuts being possible, 8 cuts being possible, and 12 cuts being possible. 5, 8 and 12 all are possible. So what is the answer? Answer is 16. Now we go towards the next question. P, Q, R, S and T are ranked 1 to 5, not necessarily in that order. The rank of P is 4. So I have P, Q, R, S and T. Let's write the ranks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 and 5, and the people we have are P, Q, R, S and T. We know that the rank of P is 4. So under 4, let's write P. So P already done. The rank of Q is not 5. So Q cannot come here. The rank of R is 1. So this is R. R also done. The rank of S is not 2. So 2 cannot be S. The rank of T is not 3. This can't be T. This is what is given to us. P and R are fixed. For the others, we just know who cannot be what. Now the question says we have to tell which of the following statements are correct. First, if the rank of S is 3, then that of T is 2. So let's try to put it. Let's say the rank of S. Let's say this number is S. If this is S, S gets covered. This can't be Q. This means it has to be T and this has to be Q. So first statement, if the rank of S is 3, the rank of T is 2? No, it has to be 5. Rank of T is 5. Now let's take the next statement. It says, if the rank of Q, if this is Q, if this was Q, S can't come here. Why? Because there is no S. S has to come here. This will be T. If the rank of Q is 3, then that of T is 5? No. Rank of T is 2. What is the answer? D. Neither 1 nor 2. Neither of them is right. Next question, 14th. 2 identical straight rods are painted in 5 distinct colors so that each of them gets divided into 5 equal parts along the length. So we have one rod, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we have another rod, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are placed parallel to each other. All that we know is that the portions marked P1, P2, P3, P4, P5 and Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, Q5. When the rods are kept parallel to each other, the way it is drawn side by side, P1 and Q3 match. So this means P1 is opposite to Q3. It also says P4 matches Q1 or Q2. Which one we don't know, but Q1 or Q2. Also, it says P1 and Q3, P4 matches Q1 or Q2. So it says P1 and Q3 match, P4 matches Q1 or Q2, and Q4 matches P3 or P5. Q3 and Q5 are adjacent. Which of the following is or are possible? Q3 is marked at the middle portion. If this is Q3, this has to be P1. Of course it's possible because there is no limitation on who comes where. The only requirement is Q5 has to be either here or here, which it can be. But there is no limitation on one can't be in the end, it can't happen, this can't happen, that can't. That's not there. So of course this is possible. Similarly, second statement. So first statement is possible. P2 is marked at one of the extreme portions of the straight rod. Again, it's possible. Why not? P2 can be marked anywhere. So the answer is going to be C. Both 1 and 2 are possible because there are no limitations, no restrictions on the placement of these. All that is, they have to be parallel, but that's it. They could be parallel and then come anywhere. And the right answer is C, both 1 and 2. Seating arrangement. 7 persons, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G travel by 3 cars, X, Y, and Z. A and another 2 of them travel by X. So in X, we have A, and we have one more person, and one more person. This seat is blank. Only E travels with G. So E and G has to be together wherever they are. And there is no other person. C travels by Z. So C has to travel here, which means E and G can travel only by Y, which means E and G, 2 seats are blank. So now again reading the question, A and another 2 of them travel by X, covered. Only E travels with G, covered. C travels by Z, covered. B does not travel by Y. B does not travel by Y, covered. Besides, A and B do not travel by the same car. So B can't come here, B has to come here by the car Z. Which of the following are correct? So let's quickly take a look. We had A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We've placed everybody. We have managed to place everybody. First statement, no one travels alone, absolutely correct. Everybody has co-passengers, A, D, F, E, G, and C, B. Nobody travels alone. First statement, correct. Second statement, only D travels with F. Only D travels with F? No. There is A also. A also. Which car? In car X. Only C travels with B? Absolutely correct. Answer B, 1 and 3 only. Why? Because second statement is wrong. A, D and F were traveling together. So the answer is B, 1 and 3 only. Now we do next question, question 16. There are 4 statements, X, Y, Z and W. Their relations are as follows. Now it says if X is incorrect, if statement X is incorrect, then this means Z is also incorrect. Which means, let's draw it like this. X could be right, X could be wrong. If X is wrong, means Z is also wrong. Okay. Second, if Y is incorrect, then W has to be correct. If Y is incorrect, W has to be correct. And if W is correct, this means X is incorrect. And if X was incorrect, it meant Z was incorrect. Right? Based on the previous statements. Now the question. If X is correct, then so is Y. If X is correct, so is Y. See, if X is incorrect, definitely Y is incorrect. If Y is incorrect, X has to be incorrect. So, this means statement 1 is correct. Why? Because if X is incorrect, Y has to be incorrect. This means we can also say Y had to be incorrect. And this means if X is correct, Y had to be right. So Y is correct, so is Y. Correct. If Z is correct, then it is not necessary that Y is correct is wrong. Why? Because we have established this equation relationship between Y being wrong and Z being wrong. So if Z is correct, Y had to be right. If Z was right, Y had to be right. If Z was wrong, Y had to be wrong. The right answer becomes A, 1 only. Answer is A, 1 only. 24th. The question 24 says blood relations. P has a son and daughter. So there is a person P, son and daughter. Daughter and son. S is the mother. Now we know S is the mother of T. S is the mother of T. Thank you. S is R's spouse. So first you should be clear. This is a female and square is a male. Now the question says S is the mother of T. S is R's spouse. This means R has to be a male. Q and R. R is a child of P. P had one son and one daughter, which means Q. Q is the daughter. You know, R and Q are children of P. How is Q related to S? Q is a sister of the husband of S? Absolutely. Q is sister of S? No. Q is daughter of S? No. Q has a child T, gender not known. Q is the mother of S? Absolutely not. Q is a sister of the husband of S. Husband of S was R and R's sister was Q. So the right answer is D. Q is a sister of husband of S. Next question. Yes. Every red is blue. Okay. So this is a question from Syllogism. In Syllogism, it's important that when we draw or try to solve a question using Venn diagram, we draw all possible Venn diagrams. Every red is blue. In this question, we say the first statement we have is every red is blue. This can be drawn as red, blue. Second case is red equal to blue. Then it says every blue is green. So over here itself, we can say every blue is green and red equal to blue equal to green. It says every green is yellow. You can draw another and say every green is yellow, or so we have to draw two Venn diagrams with minimum interaction and maximum possible. So this could be less, this could be 100%, right? Because it is 1 to 100, that is the possibility. Now, the question says, which of the following statements denoted by P, Q and R are correct? P, every blue is yellow, absolutely correct. Every blue is yellow. Q, every red, which means every red is green. Yes, absolutely, every red is green, both diagrams, it's true in both diagrams. Every red is yellow is also true in both. Answer D, P, Q and R. P, Q and R becomes our answer. 28th. Now we solve the next question. It is based on weights. It's a reasoning, direct reasoning question. Now when we solve this question, we can see that 7 cubes are identical in shape. Out of these, the weight of each of the 6 cubes is equal and the weight of the remaining cube is less than the weight of any other cube. So there are 6 cubes which are identical. And then there is 1 cube which is not identical. A balance is used to identify the lightest cube. What is the minimum number of attempts required to distinguish the odd cube with certainty? Now to solve this question, what we say, I have 6 identical cubes and 1 different cube. So let's start by putting 3 cubes in one, 3 cubes in another, 1 cube outside. What is the minimum number of attempts required? If it was equal, it is this cube which was of a different weight. But let's say it was like this, 3 and 3. It means this 1 cube is of the same weight to one of these. And we look at another 3. You have to distinguish the odd cube with certainty. Again, reading the question, 7 cubes are identical in shape. Out of these, the weight of each of the 6 cubes is equal and the weight of the remaining cube is less than the weight of any other cube. So this cube is less. It is lesser weight. Now if this 3 and 3 were equal, it means that first cube was of lesser weight. Second option is that the weight did not come out to be equal. One side it is lower, one side is higher. This means this has the lesser weight cube. If this has a lesser weight cube, what will we do? We'll take them, we'll weigh them again. We'll put 1 and 1, we'll weigh them. If the weight comes out to be equal, it means the one which was outside is the lesser cube. If this was lesser, this cube was lesser in weight, it is the answer. So what is the minimum number of attempts required to distinguish the odd cube with certainty? 2 attempts. The answer is A, 2 attempts. You require 2 attempts to distinguish the odd cube with certainty. Please take a look at the answer again of how we weighed. First we weighed 3 and 3. 3 cubes and 3 cubes. They weigh equal. The outside cube is the least weight cube, the lesser cube, the odd one out. Now, second case, you say that one of the 3 cubes had a lighter weight. So if it had lighter weight, it has to be in the lighter one. It's lesser weight. You take the 3 cubes and you again weigh 2 of them. Equal, the one outside. Lesser, the lesser one. That's your answer. So the answer is 2. Now we take a look at the next question. Question 36. This is a question based on direction sense. A person facing east. So there is a person who's facing this direction, east. So this is the person, he travels 4 kilometers along east. It's very important that you convert a question as you read it into schematics. We did that for blood relation, direction sense, equations. We were making equations as we were reading questions. This reduces the amount of time that we take to solve questions. A person facing east travels 4 kilometers straight. Then he turns, so east travels 4 kilometers straight, then turns right and travels 3 kilometers. This is his left, right, he turns right and travels 3 kilometers. Okay, done. Then he further turns left. This is his left, this is his right. He turns left and travels 2 kilometers. He travels 2 kilometers now. 2 kilometers over here. And finally he turns left again. This is left, right, he turns left and he travels 3 kilometers again. 3 kilometers. The minimum distance between the final point and the initial point. The minimum distance between final point and initial point is going to be this distance plus this distance, which is 2. So because whenever we take a turn in direction sense, we always turn by 90 degrees. Properties of a rectangle, this distance is 2. So what is the minimum distance? Minimum distance, the answer is 6. 4 plus 2. And the initial and the direction in which the person is facing at the final point, he's facing north. So answer is going to be 6 kilometers north. There is going to be a tendency to mark 6 kilometers east, but it's very important to be careful as the right answer is 6 kilometers north. Next question, question 47. 0 is encoded as ADSN. Let's write them one below the other. 0 is coded as ADSN. We can very clearly see that these are number alphabets which are right next to each other. So this means Z plus 1 gave us A, E minus 1, it's DE, R plus 1, RS, NO, O minus 1 is N. Now the question says, how would you encode stop? STOP. It means we have to do plus 1, minus 1, plus 1, minus 1. After S you get T. This means before T minus 1 was S. After O you get P, which means P minus 1 was O. Your answer will be TSPOB. Your answer is B, TSPO. Next question. There are 3 types of rectangular tiles. These are 3 into 3, 3 into 7 and 3 into 11. 3 into 3, 3 into 7 and 3 into 11. An area of rectangular shape of dimension 3 into 100 is to be covered. See, in this question, we have this rectangular shape. This is 3 into 100. The question says you have tiles which are 3 into 3, 3 into 7, 3 into 11. And you have to cover this tile of 3 into 100. So it's basically a one-day question. What are the combinations of 3, 7, 11 which will give you 100? Without breaking them. So you can't use a partial tile. X and Y, X is the maximum and Y is the minimum number of tiles of various sizes respectively. What can be used to cover the area exactly? Then X minus Y is. We have to tell the value of X minus Y. Now, when we say minimum, to minimize anything, we will use maximum number of big tiles. To cover 100, I have tiles of size 11, 7 and 3. Maximum I could have used 9. That was 99, but I'm left with 1. Not possible. Which means I can use maybe 8 tiles of 11. If I use 8, what am I left with? I'm left with, so if I use 8, what length have I covered? 88. What am I left with? Left 100 minus 88, which is 12. Which means I could use 4 tiles of 3. And total number of tiles, 5. So which means my minimum tiles, y is equal to 5. This is my minimum number of tiles. Now, next, it says x. Maximize. So you have to maximize the number value of smaller tiles that we use. When that is happening, 3, 7 and 11. The smaller tiles, the more they are, the better it is. Let's say we use 33 small tiles of size 3. This is area 99, but I do not have, I'm not covering full area. Not possible. Now let's say you use, so this is not possible. 32 tiles. When we have 32 tiles, it is covering an area of 96. I'm left with 4. Not possible. Again, not possible. Let's say I use 31 tiles of 3, which means what area am I covering? 93. What area left behind? 7. So 1 tile of 7. Which this should be the maximum. So what is the answer going to be? My x is equal to 31 plus 1 equal to 32. What is the question asking? The question is asking x minus y. You know the value of x as 32. You know the value of y as 5. X minus y is equal to 32 minus 5. That's it. That is your answer. Now, this was not 5. We recognize this because that is not an option. So this means we were using 8 tiles of this, 4 tiles. 8 plus 4. Y was 8 plus 4. 12. So the answer will be x minus y is equal to 32 minus 12, which is equal to 20. A, 20. Answer is A, 20, question 48. Question 50. In a recruitment process, the selection of candidates is based on their performance in 3 categories. In 3 components, the weightages of the components 1, 2 and 3 are, this is multiplied by 0.2. Component 2 is multiplied by 0.3. Component 3 is multiplied by 0.5. So use the data given below and find the cutoff score if exactly 3 candidates are to be selected. Let's quickly calculate the score of each candidate. 5 into 2, 5 into 0.2, 4 into 0.2. I'm just multiplying each of these values with 0.2. 9 into 0.2, 8 into 0.2 is 1.6. Score in component 2, 1.2, 1.8, 0.6, 1.2, 2.4. Score in component 3, 3, 2.5, 4, 1.5 and 1. So what is the total score of candidate 1? It's going to be 1 plus 1.2 plus 3, 5.2. Total score of candidate 2, 0.8 plus 1.8 plus 2.5. 1.8 plus 0.8 is 2.6. 2.6 plus 2.5 is 5.1. 5.1. 0.6 plus 0.6 plus 4. 0.6 plus 0.6 is 1.2. This is 5.2. 1.8 plus 1.2 plus 1.5. 4.5. Here it is 1.6 plus 2.4 plus 1. 5. The question says only 3 candidates are to be selected. So the top score is 5.2, 5.1 and 5.2. So who is being selected? 5.1, 5.2, 5.2. What is the cutoff? 5.1. Answer A, 5.1. Answer is going to be A, 5.1. That is going to be the cutoff of the candidates who are going to be selected. Question 50. Now question 51. The question 51 says, consider the following 3 statements. Consider the following 3 statements, namely S1, S2 and S3. Protecting the environment is an existential legacy for humans. So S1 says, protecting the environment is an existential legacy for humans, given the impact of environmental degradation on climate change. It is existentially important for humans given the impact of environmental degradation on climate change. Okay. So for our existence, environment is important. Statement 2, scientific consensus has not been achieved with regard to the extent of contribution of human intervention to climate change. So climate change and human impact is not clear. Second statement. Third, environmental activism includes climate alarmism and other extremist points of view that often become the focus of climate change deniers. Now, which of the following relationships based on the statements given above is or are correct? S3 is a counterpoint to S1. S1 and S3. S3 is a counterpoint to S1. S1 says that environmental activism includes climate alarmism and extreme points, becomes the focus of climate change deniers. Now, first is just saying that there is need to work on it. But this does not mean that X3 and S1 are against each other. The statements are not quite clear on their, in fact, S3 is acting as a caution to S1. That is why it has been mentioned. So S3 and S1 are not together. Second, S3 is unconnected to S1 and S2. That's absolutely not true. S2 could be the reason for S3 is right. S3 is unconnected to S1. S3 is talking about climate change and how we understand it. So it cannot be right. S2 could be the reason for S3 is absolutely correct. Why? Because, these deniers, because of lack of concrete data, is what allows their deniers to work and function. So S2 could be the reason for S3. Statement 3, answer is D, 3 only. Answer is D, 3 only. Next, question 68. The question 68 says, the weight of X in kilograms is denoted by X. Okay. The weights of A, B, C, D, P, Q, R, and S are measured. So what has been given to us is weights of A, B, C, and D. A, B, C, D, P, Q, R, and S is measured. Given is this. Now, the first statement says A plus B plus C plus D is equal to 17. But A plus C is equal to 16. So directly right here itself we say this means B plus D is equal to 17 minus 6 equal to 11. Established. It also says P plus Q plus S plus D is 15. P plus Q plus R plus B is 17. But P equal to R and Q equal to S. So this means my first statement can also be written as, my statement number 3 can also be written as P plus 2Q plus B equal to 15 and 2P plus Q plus D. Plus B equal to 17. Silly mistakes not to be done. We know B plus D. So let's calculate B plus D here. By adding equation number 1 and equation number 2. It means 3P plus 3Q plus B plus D is equal to 15 plus 17. B plus D was 11. 3 times P plus Q is equal to 15 plus 17 minus 11, which is equal to 15 minus 11 is 4. 17 plus 4, 21. P plus Q equal to 7. Now let's read the statements. B and D together weigh how much? 11. Less than the total weight of P and Q. No, P and Q was 7. So statement A is wrong. P and Q together weigh 7 more than the total weight of A and C. A and C weighs 6. Absolutely correct. P weighs more than Q, Q weighs more than P, we can't say. Right answer is statement B, that this is how we can solve this question. P and Q together weigh more than the total weight of A and C. Now we do question number 69. How many words can form by shuffling the letters of the word Q if Q is always followed by U? So Q and U have to act as one unit and Q has to be followed by U. The other alphabets are E, U, E. So this is acting as one unit. So effectively we have 4 words, 4 alphabets, of which 2 are being repeated. The words thus formed need not necessarily have any meaning. So the answer will be 4 factorial divided by 2 factorial. Why divided by 2 factorial? Because you have 2 E's. Now if you solve this, 4 into 3 into 2 divided by 2, answer is 12. Answer is D, 12. Question number 69. Now we solve question number 70. Question 70 says, X, Y and Z jump forward 4, 6 and 5 respectively. At 8 a.m. they all landed on mark 199. How many times will they land on the same mark, need not be at the same moment, between 195 and 1000 if all of them cross mark 1000 by 9 a.m. Now what is important in this question is, it could be solved using arithmetic progression. First. Second, of course, one condition is you have to take the LCM of 4, 6, 5. The first thing that we remember, whenever somebody is moving in a circle or on a circular track, visiting a club, PYQs, they will always meet again or be on the same day again when we take the LCM of the given numbers. So we take the LCM of 4, 6 and 5. 4, 6 and 5, LCM 2, 3, 5, which means LCM is equal to 60. So the difference D is equal to 60. Now, as I said, there are 2 ways of solving this question. First is so you know that they're meeting on 199th day. And then how many times will they meet by 1000th? Now there are 2 ways of solving. One is arithmetic progression. In arithmetic progression, we know that they are meeting on 199. After this, they will meet on 259. The gap of 60. So the first term, A is equal to 199. Common difference, D is equal to 60. What is going to be the last term? Which is less than 1000. A plus n minus 1 into D is my term last term. A was 199 plus n minus 1 into 60. Last term, let's say it is 1000. So 1000 minus 199. We will have to do Let's say 1000 minus 200. That's 800. 1000 minus 199, 801. So we say n minus 1 equal to 800 divided by 60. (40 divided by 3), which means 13 point something, which means 13 point something, which means 14. The answer becomes 14. Why? Because over here they met 13 times, but they also met the first time. 13 plus 1 equal to 14. Answer is 14. Solved using arithmetic progression. Second option, you could have solved. Second option is we can solve by listing the values. Instead of 199, for convenience, take it to be 200. 200. Then they meet at 260. 260 plus 60. They meet at 320. 320 plus 60. 380. 380 plus 60. 440 plus 60. 500. 560. 620. 680. It's a very, very long method, but the calculation is easy, direct, so does not matter. But again, I'm just showing you that how, no matter what, we could have solved this question. Count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. How many times do they meet? 14 times. Solved using arithmetic progression shortcut as well as by listing down the values. D, which is 14. D is 14. Now, we'll take a short break of 2-3 minutes and then we'll continue again.
Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me. Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims. And then, sir, the same schedule for mains, FRC 4 started at the same place. And again, I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, I'll do it. सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है. And fortunately, it worked again. Then I stayed there for interview also. And fortunately, I got the rank.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और एफआरसी की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था कि जिससे 11th-12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you so. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है. मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ. मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ. मैंने MBBS और मास्टर्स कर रखी है. मैं गायनाकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ. ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है UPSC CSE 2025 में.
65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026 to 27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.
So now we will solve question 73. The question says a toy T, boy T, not a toy, a boy T jumps forward or backward. In each forward jump, maybe it's toy only. In each forward jump, it moves 5 inches forward. So it gains 5. Whereas in each backward jump, it goes backward by 2. There is a -2. There is a total of 31 jumps, which means forward plus backward jump is equal to 31. 5F minus 2B is equal to, and T moves exactly 15 inches or 15 whatever, 15 units. So 5F minus 2B is equal to 15. What is the difference between the number of forward jumps and backward jumps? We have to tell F minus B. So by solving these two equations together, we formed two equations. Number of forward jumps is equal to F. Number of backward jumps is equal to B. So we have 5F plus minus 2B is equal to 15. And F plus B equal to 31. So when we try to solve them, we can write 5F minus 2B is equal to 15. 2F plus 2B is equal to 62. We solve them. We add the two equations. We get 7F is equal to 77. This means number of forward jump was equal to 11. If number of forward jumps is equal to 11, we can put this value here. Forward jump is equal to 11. Number of backward jumps is 31 minus 11, which is equal to 20. Question, the value of F minus B. We can write F minus B as 20 minus 11. Answer is 9. Question 73. The right answer will come out to be, what is the difference F minus B, number of forward and backward jumps? It is 9. The difference is 9. Next question, question 74. 8 persons P, Q, R, S, T, U, V and W sit around a round table. This is a round table. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 equidistant chairs with 8 equidistant chairs. Both P and R are adjacent to Q. So this means first statement P, Q, R or R, Q, P. Basically, P and R are adjacent to Q. T and R are adjacent to S. So it could be TS or it could be TS. Either of the two. Then it says S and W are on opposite chairs. This we will see. U and W are adjacent to V. So V, U, W interchangeable. If while going in clockwise direction around the table from P, let's say you start from P, you go in clockwise direction. So one option was P, Q, R, T, S. The second option is P, Q, R, T, S. That they are, this is how they are placed. Now the question says, around the table from P, 1 meets R before T. So when we were going like this, R had to come before T, which is happening here. But here, if you go, if this case was true, the written inside the circle, R will come after T. So this means this is not possible. This is not happening. The one written outside the circle is the case that is going to happen. How many persons shall Q cross while moving around the table before meeting W? We don't know, but what we know is S and W are on opposite chairs. So if P, Q, R, T, S. This says S is opposite to W, which means this is W. This is W, P, Q, R, S, T. We are left with U and W are adjacent to V. W has to be adjacent to V, has to be adjacent to U. So U. Question. When moving in clockwise direction, Q will cross Q. This person Q will cross how many people before meeting W? So Q will cross R, first person, then S, third, fourth, fifth. Q will cross how many people? 5 people before meeting W. Answer is A, 5. Question 74, answer is A, 5. Question 75. Question 75. Top of a table is rectangular and the dimensions are 6 into 10. The top of a table is rectangular and the dimensions are 6 into 10. Let us say 6 into 10. Two rectangular portions of the tabletop are painted in blue color. They have dimensions 2.5 into 8. They have dimensions 2.5 into 8. Now since this is 8, it cannot be along the length. Definitely. It's more than 6. It has to be along the breadth. And each of them has exactly 2 sides common with 2 edges. So they are being placed along the edges. Table is fixed on the ground. The remaining portion of the tabletop is painted in white. How many different patterns are possible? Basically, in how many ways? Can you place them? Let's see. This could be one way. This is one way. Another way would be, so one is along this edge. Let's say this edge. One. This could be second. This could be the other one. Two methods. Two methods with both. Another would be this edge, this edge, this edge, and this edge. So let's say A, B, C, D. So how can you place them? You can place it along AB, AC. Can you place AD? No, they are going to overlap. Second, you could do DC or DB. These are the only 4 ways that we will be able to place our other cubes. So the answer is going to be B4. B4. Next question. A pattern is found by 2 characters A and B is repeated more than once in a fold. So the same pattern is being repeated in the following string. What is X in the 7th and the 8th position? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have to tell these 2. So now let's count the total number of strings, variables in this string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It has 15 variables. 15 means it is 3 into 5. So if you write it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The same pattern is being repeated. It means this had to be BAB, BAB, and the second has to be B, B, A, B. So the pattern that is being repeated is ABB, AB. And we can see it is correct. Now, which are the 2 X's in the box? They are BB. Right answer is D, BB. BB is the right answer. Now we do question number 78. In question number 78, we do question number 52. Now in this question 52, we see that match list 1 and list 2 These are decision making questions which were not a part of our, which is a part of our syllabus, but have not been asked since many years. And many years, more than 10 years. And now they have made a comeback to our paper. So let's try to solve them. Question number 52. Match list 1 with list 2 and select the answer using the code given below. Between cricket captain and team member, the communication type. Between judge and lawyer in court. Vice chancellor and deputy registrar. Between peers and co-workers. So definitely, between peers and co-workers, it has to be 2. Informal and open-ended. So the D definitely has to be 2. The other 2 get cancelled. Between judge and lawyer, the communication is formal, very formal, and it's very firm. It's between a senior and a junior. So it is going to be 2. For B, it is going to be 4. And the right answer will become B, 1, 4, 3, and 2. Now let's take a look between cricket captain and team members. It is informal and firm. Between informal, because they are the same league, they are the same level, but still firm because in a way the captain has to lead. Between peers and co-workers, informal and very open-ended. So yes, the right answer is B, 1, 4, 3, and 2. Next question. The next question says, memorandum, tool of communication, memorandum, flyer, BCC, and minutes. To record decisions, inform confidentially, intimate a directive, disseminate non-targeted information. So definitely a flyer is non-targeted information. So B has to be 4. This is definitely there. B has to be 4. Now, when we say BCC, this is done in an email where you have a section for to, CC, and then BCC. BCC is done for confidentiality. So BCC has to be, C has to be 2. C has to be 2. Oh, it is 2 in both. Memorandum and minutes. Minutes of a meeting. You must have heard minutes of a meeting. This is 1. So D had to be 1. The right answer is C, 3, 4, 2, 1. C, 3, 4, 2, 1. Next, question number 54. Which among the following actions would constitute the most appropriate directive in resolving interpersonal conflict in an office with culturally diverse personnel? Direct personnel to practice activities that are the cultural markers of diverse groups. Now you have different groups and they start practicing their own activity. It does not resolve the interpersonal conflict. You have ignored the root cause. This is effectively ignoring the root cause. Therefore, this is not a very good method. Allow conflicts to resolve naturally. Over time to set an appropriate precedent of leadership. This is a very passive mode of leadership. Passive leadership, and it ignores again the root cause. So 2 is also not right. Answer is encourage personnel to seek each other's perspectives. So when they try to understand each other is when we get the right answer. So the answer is C, 3 only. Next question. Barrier to communication, semantic, cognitive, organizational, affective. Examples, lack of feedback, misunderstanding the meaning of a word, fear of social stigma, information overload. Now when we say semantic, semantic means that you've not understood the word itself. And if there is any confusion, you could have looked at the Hindi word. Hindi meaning of semantic means arthagat. Arthagat means not understanding the meaning, arth. So for semantic, we will mark misunderstanding the meaning of a word. For A, we mark 2. For A, you are going to mark 2. This implies affective is fear of social stigma. D is 3. Now we have to tell between cognitive and organizational. Cognitive and organizational means that if there is a change which is cognitive, so cognitive would mean that there is some overload due to which you've not been able to understand it. So cognitive B refers to information overload, and organization is there is no feedback in the organization. So for C, it has to be 1. The right answer is 2, 4, 1 and 3. D, 2, 4, 1 and 3. Question 56. You are required to design a questionnaire to be filled on location by visitors based on the following objective while writing a report. So you're basically doing primary research. This is known as primary research, where the visitors are going to give their feedbacks and the objectives. So to determine the feasibility, we are doing a feasibility study of setting up a family-oriented vacation resort in the vicinity of a lake. It's a family-oriented vacation resort in the vicinity of a lake destination in the mountains. Which of the following heads would you include in the questionnaire to make it most appropriate for your purpose? Size of family, yes, you need to know how many visitors, how many guests you're going to have. Second is budget. Yes, you need to know how much are they going to spend on your resort. What is their budget like? Is it a high budget resort? Is it a luxury resort? Premium sector resort? So what is it? So budget. Number of earners in the family is a very personal question, and it is not important that how many people are earning. We are rather worried about the amount they are spending. So C, third information we will not take. Fourth, food allergies and dietary restrictions. This may seem that it is important that you will take food allergies and dietary restrictions, but you will not take. Why? Because it is an operational need. Once you have set up a plant or set up a resort, you will see what menu should I have, what menu should I not have. But right now you are doing a feasibility study. Should I have the resort or not? And for the resort, we do not need this. So all that we need is 1 and 2 only, which is C. 1 and 2 only. C. Now, the last question for today. The last question of this exam. 57. With reference to circular letters, also known as circulars which are issued, which of the following statements is or are correct? Which of the following statements is or are correct? Circular letters are usually addressed to a group of people. Absolutely yes. Hence the name circular. It's like a circular is issued by the head of department. A circular is issued by the principal. It's posted on different notice boards. So that's a circular. Yes, addressed to a group of people. Non-standard and customized content is typical of circular letters. No, the content is not customized. It goes against the very idea of a circular. So second is wrong. We eliminate the second. We know first is right. Answer should be D, but let's read 3 and 4. Oh, it could be C or D. Second is wrong. Third, circular letters are used to intimate appraisals and increments of employees within organizations. These are very personal, private. They are not for public information. And third is contradicting the first. So third is also wrong. Fourth, circular letters are less cost effective than personalized and specific recipient. No, they are more cost effective because they are addressing a larger population together, a larger group of people together. So fourth is also wrong. The right answer was D, 1 only. And with this, we have discussed all 80 questions which came in the exam paper. And I hope you were able to, you marked most of them right. Again, wishing you all the best. And thank you. Thank you for joining this discussion.
Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me. Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims. And then, sir, the same schedule for mains, FRC 4 started at the same place. And again, I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, आई विल डू इट, सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है. एंड फॉर्चुनेटली इट वर्कड अगेन. देन आई स्टेड देयर फॉर इंटरव्यू ऑल्सो एंड फॉर्चुनेटली आई गॉट द रैंक.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था, कि जैसे 11th-12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then, ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also.
It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you, sir. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है. मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ. मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ. मैंने MBBS और मास्टर्स कर रखी है. मैं गायनाकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ. ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है UPSC CSE 2025 में.
%65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026-27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.org.